Bottom bread? It's a bottom sandwich? Bottom bread? It's a bottom sandwich? Bottom bread? It's a bottom sandwich? Hi. Hello, everyone. How's it going? I'll answer with the fact it's not going great, at least for a very specific kind of people in the state of Kansas. The state of Kansas, many of you may know as the thing to the left of Missouri. Except it's not to the left of Missouri, they're both actually pretty deeply red. Like, historically pretty deeply red. And, I was looking at my phone at work today, and I got some very disheartening news in the realm of, I like to call it social justice and also just general rights. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Wef. Today is going to be a little bit different than usual. We're going to be we're going to be reading through some of these documents that we're seeing both on internet, on Twitter, as well as we're going to actually do a read-through of the bill that is being applied. Apologies. It's no longer a bill, it is a law that is being applied that is leading to this enforcement. So we are going to be together, just walking through all these things. We'll try and get a better understanding of why this is happening and why this is a bad thing. You are not immune to propaganda, but also, if this is propaganda that I'm talking out of my mouth where I say this is bad, that's okay. We're going to be principled, we're going to be educated, and we are going to use our critical thought to think of how this can extend out to other people and why allowing a state to disenfranchise an entire group of people with no notice is a bad thing. And I do see we now have a Glenn here. Hello, Glenn. Glenn, noted legal studies expert here. I am not an ethicist, but I am someone who is going to be able to read with my own two eyes. I think we might be having some issues reading this through. Let me know if we have that. Hello, Ruka Erica. All the best, all the best. I appreciate seeing you here. Give me 1 second. I'll get your link out here. We're gonna start by reading the thing that I first saw when I was when I was at work. Yeah, yeah, this is the tweet, and this is the letter that I saw that got me very riled up, and I was trying to figure out what is going on here. And Glenn, you're saying expert's a strong word. Being aware of any sort of law in any jurisdiction, you've probably got more experience than the rest, so don't sell yourself short. I'm gonna lower down the volume here on this BGM. And we're just gonna read through the letter I see in front of me right now. So the name has been redacted as the person who would own this. I'm gonna do some quick markup here on my screen. Let me know if you can see. Do you see? Oh, unfortunately, it seems like you don't get to see my markup. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a quick change on my settings. That way, maybe you can see my mouse pointer. Mouse pointer in touch takes me to show. How do I indicate this? Mouse setting. Ah, perfect. Do a quick look. Ugh, you do not currently see my cursor, and that's unfortunate. Wait, do you? You're gonna have to, here, I'll do a quick show on my cursor. My button is going to be different color. Hello, Toast. We're going to educate ourselves. We're going to understand better what is happening in the world today. So we're gonna be learning. We're learning. So at the top of this document, we see something dated on February 23rd of 2026, and allow me to read this out to you. Dear Kansas credential holder, House substitute for Senate Bill 244, enacted by the Kansas legislature, overriding Governor Kelly's veto, requires Kansas-issued driver's license and identification cards to reflect the credential holder's sex at birth, and directs the Division of Vehicles to comply with KSA 77-207. We're going to unpack this right now. So SB 244 is the House bill, or this is the bill in the Kansas legislature that did get passed. It was originally vetoed by Governor Kelly. Governor Kelly, Laura Kelly, is a noted Democrat in the space, but the Congress was able to override it with the number of votes in the chamber. What's happening now is the condition that's being set is saying that the only way to have a valid driver's license is if your sex at birth matches what is on your card. Let's continue reading on. What does this mean for you? If you have received this notice, our records indicate that upon publication of this law in the Kansas Register on Thursday, February 26th of 2026, your current Kansas credential will no longer be valid. I'd like to note this. This is a piece of physical mail that came on the 23rd. That's 3 days where this person would have been able to have known that their license would be invalid. No grace period, just the 3. Additionally, please note that the legislature did not include a grace period for updating credentials. That means that once the law is officially enacted, your current credential will be invalid immediately, and you may be subject to additional penalties if you are operating a vehicle without a valid credential. So let's think about this here. Can I get some yeses or nos in chat? Is it illegal to drive without a license? I've got a poll up here. Should be a fairly simple answer. Just want to check. Okay, I want to make sure we're not victims of the Chainsaw Man reading comprehension devil. Yeah, I'm seeing a whole lot of yeses. Good. We're on the right track here. You are criminalizing the ability to drive. So if you have insurance, if you have a car, if you stepped in a car today and you were trans and you're matching, and your driver's license did not match, you are being fined or you are subject to fines. Now, you have to be caught. I do want to point out, like many things, it is only illegal if you get caught. Many a non-transgender person, many a cis person in my high school when I was growing up in the Midwest, they drove without a license. They did not get caught. But the point of the matter is, it would be bad if you did. So let's keep reading. What do you need to do? Pursuant to this new law, if the gender or sex indication on the face of your current credential does not match your sex assigned at birth, you are directed to surrender your current credential to the Kansas Division of Vehicles, so the DMV of Kansas. And upon surrendering, you'll be issued a new credential reflecting the gender identification consistent with statutory requirements. Now, this is one of those things where you'll probably be seeing some pushback saying, like, see, you just need to do a thing. And this is one of those things where I say, but why did we have to do the thing in the first place? You are going there, you are finding time when the DMV is open, which for many people is during working hours. You are adding an additional layer of difficulty to get this done. And I would also want to point out the fact this law came into effect on a Thursday, which means at the very minimum, people aren't going to be able to drive on a Saturday or a Sunday if the DMV is closed for those hours, or they'll have reduced hours. People who aren't subject to a 9-to-5 job, Monday to Friday, they might be at work in hourly wages where it's not going to allow them to get out of there. Truly, just a good way to block things to happen. I do also want to point out, there is no mention of whether or not this is a free change of credentials. I believe from what I've seen in other places, it is a licensing fee. So you are required to pay for a new license. You paid for it the first time, but also now you're having an additional incurred fee. And when Glenn says the Department of Ford F-150s, it's in Kansas, probably, yeah. Moving forward, can you appeal this notice? Yes, if you believe you've received this notice in error, you may appeal. So yes, you may be able to appeal, but also it seems pretty clear that what they're looking for is a changing of your sex on your license. And if that's there, you're probably not going to win the appeal. Likewise, it's not like an appeal where when it is in appeal, things are going to be kind of held in a state where no one is guilty. No, you are still unable to drive. That's the Kansas Division of Vehicles. This is actually a retweet from a political educator. This is actually a high school teacher in the Midwest, Kansas, Missouri area named Mr. Beat. I would suggest you look at a lot of his content. He's a very smart person. He is very well spoken on these issues. Definitely more than me, but I'm working to get there. Let's take a look at the actual law itself. This is where we're going to get a little bit more in the weeds. I do want to point out what I have been using when I look for sorts of issues in this space. I am always looking at the trans legislation tracker, so translegislation.com, which I'm going to link to the chat in here in case you would like to also follow along. Now, I'm not going to dox myself or say where I am living currently. However, if you are concerned about any sort of legislation that is going to disproportionately affect people in the trans and the LGBTQ community, I would highly suggest you use this, you track it. It is very helpful to know what is going on. Let's see. How about we just do a quick check on... What's going on in Florida? In Florida, you're seeing an active tracking. I see 14 bills. It is helpful. They say what kinds of categories they fall underneath: access to healthcare, education, employment, or other. I will back out here. The ones that I would really want us to watch out for are anything we see in the red for the past anti-trans bills, the 680 active bills in legislation, in the legislative process right now. And you know what? We can celebrate the fact that there are 23 failed bills. Looking at the 2026 passed bills list, we have 3 different states: Indiana, Kansas, and Wisconsin. There has been 1 bill that was vetoed. They could be overridden by a vote, but at this point it has not been turned away. We have a couple here. Let's actually split between a few of these. We're going to go to the very bottom, look up. The vetoed bill happened, let's see. Was this New Hampshire? Or Avard? Yes, the state of New Hampshire, SB 268. One of those things where the bill is trying to legalize the definition of sex versus gender. Something that if you've been in academia for the past, I don't know, 100 or so years, it has very much been split. Some things going on here. We've got some healthcare related bills from Wisconsin, some other bills with Wisconsin dealing with name changes. Wisconsin healthcare, Wisconsin education to recognize pronouns. We can talk about that stuff later. A sports bill. Of mine, there are less than 20, I believe this is the number, is less than 100 trans athletes in NCAA. Very small number here. Very such small, wonderful. Yes, and Glenn, I want to point out, Glenn has a very good point here, not to undermine the usefulness of such a bill, but the idea of anti-trans, non-anti-trans dichotomy can be misleading. Yes, there are going to be many bills that are anti-trans in the way that they can be interpreted. I do not have the, how do I say this, methodology in which these are added in here. However, upon looking at it and upon using it for the past couple years, at the very minimum, I can say it is a good start. So, such a website is a starting point. If you want to be better educated, what you could do is you could do what we're doing right now. You could read these bills themselves. So I'm going to open up KazCassidy 244, and we're going to go through it together. We're going to go through this one together, okay? And I also want to actually let's leave some space here to talk about how sometimes these anti-trans bills can also be like anti-women who got married and changed their birth name bills, or changed their name from their birth name bills. Yeah, this can affect multiple people, multiple groups. In this case, in the way it seems to be enforced at the moment, we should think of this as an anti-trans bill. What we have up top here, this is a brief description as to what we're seeing. House substitute for SB 244, Committee on Judiciary, designation of multiple occupancy private spaces in public buildings for use by only one sex, one such place, a bathroom, imposing criminal and civil penalties for violations. That is the first clause here. If you remember, I believe there was a big push towards bathroom bills earlier on in, I want to say, the 2010s, where it got a lot of visibility post Obergefell v. Hodges, when gay marriage was legalized, or at some point it was argued from the Supreme Court, and they did not say it was illegal. Second clause here defined the term gender to mean biological sex at birth for purposes of statutory construction. There's a lot of work being done for statutory construction. Again, we can point to literature, we can point to academia, having long discussions about the difference between gender, you know, the social roles relating to male, female, man, woman, and many other third genders if you are involved in some more non-US centric conceptions of the dichotomy there. And sex, which is dealing with sexual characteristics, sexual aspects of your being, oftentimes really reduced just to your reproductive organs. Question from Glenn: is there any such space beyond bathrooms? Any place is a bathroom if you try, because that is wherever your body is can technically be a bathroom. My car can be a bathroom, especially on long road trips. It has been a couple times. Yeah. And this last portion here, directing the Division of Vehicles, so the DMV of Kansas, to invalidate and reissue driver's licenses when necessary to correct gender ID on such licenses, and directing the Office of Vital Statistics to invalidate and reissue birth certificates when necessary to correct the sex on such certificates. And from Glenn, multiple occupancy private spaces are bathrooms and hostels. You could technically also say maybe like a lobby, but this is one of the things that really gets me about anti-trans bills. You can just walk into a bathroom. It's already a crime to assault people. Like, why? Like, legitimately, think about this here. You've got yourself a bathroom. You're at a stadium. The line is too long. Why would you not go to the equal line? I've seen people do this. I've seen people bring their kids into the gendered bathroom that they are used to, just because it might be safer to bring the kid in there so they're not walking alone. When a father brings his small child, his daughter, to the women's bathroom, is him bringing the daughter to a stall to help her use the restroom. Would that be something you could actually penalize here under this law? You could, but that's clearly not what they're going for, because otherwise you would just make, agender bathrooms, agnostic gender bathrooms. Fish, the question of why are people so mad about transgender people? They aren't hurting us, they aren't doing anything bad, just leave them be. I would say maybe we can reframe that in a way that's like, leave them be is a bit off. I don't want to be like, oh, we're not going to integrate, because trans people have been a member of society forever. Why are we adding these extra sanctions? And likewise, Toast, there are also intersex issues as well at play. People who are born not necessarily falling under a purely male sexual organ or a purely female sexual organ setup there. What's up? Glenn's, oh, hey, Ace, what's up? We're talking trans rights here. How's it going? Yeah, sorry. Ace, I feel like usually you're here asking for us to learn stuff, but we started without you. I'm so sorry, dude. Yeah, we're we're currently talking about SB 244. We looked at someone who had received the letter on Twitter, and now we are doing some little background knowledge and research as we go through this this bill and trying to figure out where things could go. Let's see. With Glenn, one of the things you're asking about is what is it like to reissue a birth certificate? You can get a printed copy. It is something you have access to. They're reissuing driver's license, so legal IDs, things that are important for things like being able to travel, or in many cases, especially as we think about the midterms coming up in the US election cycle, being able to vote. If voter ID laws exist in your state, this can cause some significant backup. Yeah, likewise, another thing that is also confusing, passing is not the end-all be-all of being trans. Likewise, you are not less of a trans person if you do not pass. But it might also lead to even more discomfort if people who are passing end up in the restroom. Yeah. And Glenn, you're talking about in yours, you have in your birth certificate your race. Currently, it is legal to have such info on your birth certificate, but it's illegal to reissue it. It is consummated, basically. There are some other differences that come across in different ways in the US, so we can go into that a little bit later, but it is different. Oh. Yeah, and Toast, again, I really do want to make sure you feel affirmed in this space. Non-passing trans people are trans people, and also, importantly, they are people. let's continue on. There are some selected quotes, but we're actually going to eschew looking at that, and we are going to go directly into the wording here. And I'm just going to read this out, and we can talk through, we can pause if we have questions, throw those questions out. We'll discuss them together and try and work through these as a group of civilized individuals. Does that sound good for us? Sound good? Nice. All right. I'm gonna get some water here. It's a bit long. And Ace, thank you for pointing out the monetary value of a second birth certificate. Okay. Line 1. An act concerning release prior to trial, minimum appearance bond premium, prohibiting a compensated surety from making a loan for certain portions of minimum appearance of bond premium required, yada yada yada. Okay. We're gonna pass on. It looks like what's happening is you're permitting the feces. Maybe make sure you know where you're aiming that. We're going to continue past this. It seems like this is a mixture of a couple options here. Section 1 is calling through a lot about bonds, bails, etc. We're going to go down until we see our first mention of what is under the selected quotes. Looking back onto subsection A on line 1 on page 2, we can tell that this is talking about a license or a non-driver's ID card, which you can get if you still want to vote. Above, we are seeing definition of terms. We are basically going to be setting up the means in which you can punish someone or do punitive damages, and the parties involved. So compensated surety, anyone organized under the laws of the state of Kansas that issues bonds for compensation, post bail, insurance agent, those who represent an insurance company, bail agent, bond premium. Not the meat of the argument here. Further on, we continue to talk about the different definitions: a copy of the applicant's driver's license, a statement that the applicant is a resident of the state, a certificate of continuing education, and for the insurance agent, some more documentation. As we keep going into section B, affidavit describing property, keep moving. 4 is where we start talking about the judge. We are continuing to look at some databasing for the criminal proceedings. I'm going to continue until we get to the part where we're talking about the actual need to get this new licensure. One second here. Actually got in here. Am I in the right bill? Oh shoot, did I pull in the wrong set? SB 244 2.6. Moved out here. Current page. Give me a moment. I have this here. Yeah, no, Glenn, it's absolutely stupid because all this stuff is basically adding patch notes to previous laws. So you're going to have like 5 different windows open. I have another window open. Let me get a better reading version of this bill. SB 244. Kansas. Gotta get the amended here. Enjoy listening to the music while I try and find a more readable version of this bill. You talk amongst yourself down there. Oh, Mike, we're reading American law. Can you get a Spark Notes? The title's confusing. Yeah, Spark Notes. At the very top of this section here. With SB 244, this is the law that was passed in Kansas. Due to them saying that we are going to fully say that sex and gender are equal, and your gender is now your sex assigned at birth, there have been letters sent out to individuals in the state of Kansas stating that their licenses as of today are not correct or valid, so they are no longer allowed to drive without fear of penalties. So that's the Spark Notes there, Ace. I need to get the final text amendment here. What's the most recent amendment? Ah, here it is. Okay. Took me a little while because I'm realizing what I saw with SB 244 on this site. This is the 1 through 6. There were some changes. It passed of 87 to 37. And I've pulled up the PDF viewing of this. I'm going to open it up right now. Can I get a quick show here? How does this seem right now? Can y'all read what I'm putting on in front of you? Are y'all able to see this as amended session of 2026? I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. I'm realizing it seems pretty tight. It's too tiny? Okay, I'm going to keep zooming in. Tell me if it gets better. It looks like dots? Oh, gosh. I'm still moving it. Still moving it. That's better? Got it. All right, so Glenn, this is another thing. You'll notice how sometimes new stuff gets stuck into bills. So that first part was just about bonds. But now we're in the new version. Oh gosh, I wish I had my screen reader on this computer, but I'll read it out loud for those of you who want to hear it. Here we go. So an act concerning the identification of biological sex, requiring the designation of multiple occupancy private spaces, imposing criminal and civil penalties for violations, providing a cause of action for individuals aggrieved by an invasion of privacy or other harm when accessing multiple occupancy private space. So, I want to point out, providing a cause of action for individuals aggrieved by an invasion of privacy. Who is to define what invasion of privacy is? Is it you walking into the room itself? Are you doing any kind of, like, markable harm? You see other harm? This is very vague. It is intentionally vague. Amending the Women's Bill of Rights, hopefully in a good way. Defining the term gender to mean biological sex, birth, and the purpose of statutory construction, which we did see. Directing Director of DMV, reissued licenses. Directing Office of Vital Statistics to invalidate and reissue birth certificates when necessary. and removing a definition of gender, which I can only assume was a bit more progressive. And now we're seeing a little bit more in terms of the definition of terms. Female, male definition, government entities, and the multiple occupancy privacy space. This is one that seems to be a little bit more clear, so Glenn, we can start talking about what it means to be a bathroom, and if it's a private space together here. Multiple occupancy private space, a facility designed or designated for simultaneous use by more than one individual, and in which the individual may be in a state of undress in the presence of another individual, regardless of whether the facility provides curtains or partial privacy. So a restroom, a locker room, changing room, or shower room. So I will give credit to this. This is very targeted, and you will know what it is. So I was wrong in saying, maybe it's a public lobby. No, it is very much in this case just a bathroom, locker room, changing room, shower room, with the stated ad that it has to be a place where you could be found naked. You know, I'm not as familiar with the gay sex in 1940s laws, but I would be willing to learn. So thank you for the heads up there, Glenn. We might need to read into that a little bit more. Looking into this section 5 here, public building, a building owned or leased by a government entity. So this is not a private entity. If we're going into strictly where we could apply this, town hall, non-private owned property. However, we're going to keep reading through. Still very non-abstract, lawmaking like a 5-year-old. Maybe like lawmaking like a 5-year-old playing the I have infinite powers game on the playground. Absolutely not fun to think about. We're dealing with sex in the way that sex has been called out in a different supplement. Single occupancy, so this would be a single occupancy stall. Single toilet restroom that's unisex. Or a family room or a changing room, which I personally believe are the best kinds of rooms because they're usually cleaner and people aren't really annoying about them. This is one where it seems like it's requiring the governing body to say this is a single-sex restroom. I am not a fan of, you know, making your bathrooms not fully occupied. If you want to be efficient, everyone should use it, so make yourself a lot more of those single uses. Continue forward, more policies. At the very least, it's ADA compliant. Obviously, private space. You want to point out how, I want to point out just how many things have changed from this first bill, where we barely got anything having to do with this. We were purely just talking about different different definitions for the bail party. And now, hey, look at the civil penalty for someone who is having a violation. They did actually lower the amount of... Oh, what's up? Hey, Bonkers. We're... yeah, it's been a while. Hello again. I'm wearing my Celeste outfit because we're talking about anti-trans bills that got passed into law in Kansas, because I want us to be mad, but I want us to also be mad in a way that is informed and can be defended. One thing they did decide: the max age for someone to bring their child to a restroom where they need help going pee is 9. 12-year-olds a bit dangerous, according to Glenn and apparently the state of Kansas, but 9-year-olds, they set a date. This isn't the part that I'm most concerned about. This is a pretty thorough bathroom bill, kind of anti-trans bathroom bill. I'm going to say we're going to move on through the through this just to try and find out what are the possible punishes. Let's find the penalties. Okay, this is how to make a claim. Violation. Person commits a second violation of being found to a violated pursuant shall be liable to a civic penalty of $1,000 for going into a bathroom not of your assigned sex at birth. It can be assessed by the Attorney General if need be. After that, you are going to be guilty of a misdemeanor. We are not hitting felony yet. This line 16 to line 23, I am a bit concerned about. I don't want to doom post, but I want to also just like, I want us to all think about someone here where you've been to maybe a coffee shop or a cafe, and you've seen someone working customer service just trying their best. And for the smallest thing, you'll see someone completely aggrieved. We'll call them a Karen. The conditions to have a Karen here, pretty low. I want us to just meditate, read through the section H. Any individual who, while assessing a multiple occupancy private space designated to use by only one individual's sex, is aggrieved by the invasion of such a individual's personal privacy, or is otherwise harmed by the violation of this section by an individual of the opposite sex, may bring a cause of action against such individual of the opposite sex. Now, we've said opposite sex a lot here. Let's keep coming back to what those original terms were defined earlier in the bill. So a multiple occupancy private space. This is that place where multiple people are there at once, possibly in a state of undress. So think of a bathroom, a locker room. We have talked about how this bill is saying the only sex that exists is the one assigned at birth. So if a man walked into a women's restroom and a woman in there felt aggrieved, they could, I repeat, they could bring a cause of action up to damages in the amount of $1,000 or declaratory and injunctive relief. They could file an injunction. It could be something brought to court. Question is, do we think this is actually going to be used against, I don't know, cisgendered men as they go into the bathroom? Do we think this is going to be enforced primarily for cis men, or are we talking about maybe this is for trans men? I would argue, because it's already a law that you can't assault someone or harass someone, that this is probably tied to the fact that they've re-established sex as the version of gender they're looking at. And Glenn, you're bringing up a good point. Is this going to be actual damages or 1,000? Is it going to be the highest one? I would say probably up to the amount of 1,000. But also, this seems like something that's built to lose. It shall be an affirmative defense to any claim brought pursuant to this subsection that the defendant did not know that multiple occupancy space is designated for use by only individuals of the opposite sex. So this is a kind of a get out of bathroom jail free clause where you can say, I didn't know it was going to be a single sex occupancy restroom. So I have a feeling that this is going to be more of a bill, or at least this part of the bill can be used as more of a scare tactic than an actual way to receive successful prosecutions. Because if you can say, okay, yeah, no, we can actually say that we just didn't know it was this case. Maybe it's a little bit longer. Maybe you spend some more time in court, but still. So that's the bathroom portion of this bill. Look to new section 2. We're going to start reading through A all the way to C. Well, let's do A to B. Any birth certificate issued prior to July 1st of 26 that identifies the sex of an individual named on such certificate. That's arguably a worse clause. Yeah, probably. Bonkers, I also want to make sure that even though I sound very stern like a teacher who is vaguely just kind of pissed off, I don't want us to feel sad. I want us to feel angry and put that anger to good use. I want us to think through this critically and ask, why is this bill being brought up? Why was it brought into the Senate? Why did it pass? And what are the different ways this can be used against people? Because quite honestly, bathroom bills are something that was debated in the middle of the 2010s. Very much a small set of cases that probably don't have much much cause of concern. Because again, I'd like to point out, harassment and assault is already a crime. If you're like an action, honest to God pervert, can say just to see the sign, trans people will be barred from the bathroom, this person will be allowed in. You could argue that in court, Glenn. I'd wonder how you could fare in there. I feel like you might get beat up outside of court, though. All right. Okay, let's talk about here. Remember the KSA, it did change the meaning of the sex to mean only your one that was assigned at birth, which means if at any point prior to July 1st of 2026, if you had changed your sex, invalid. The state is going to be correcting your records. And then now we hit section 3. So a very small setup here, really continuing on through that discussion about how sex is now gender. Section 3 is the part about the motor vehicles. This is imploring the DMV and the directors there. Sorry, drinking some water here. To invalidate licenses. We're going to look through some of these different terms and make sure we are not overstating what is in this bill. That way, if we are brought up, if we're being accused of being too histrionic or expanding beyond the use of the bill, we can say, I read the bill. KSA 8234A is hereby meant to read the followings. As used in the Motor Vehicles License Act, the following words shall have the meanings respectively ascribed to them herein. A driver's license examiner means someone who is the examiner of the Division of Vehicles, or the director has authorized them to do so. When the rest of the... I'm sorry, I'm chewing ASMR right now. I gotta watch out here. I hope y'all are okay with the sound of it. Apologies, I had to eat too. So non-resident, meaning someone who is not residing in the state of Kansas. So for many of us, that might not be the case. I hope many of us are not in Kansas. As someone from the Midwest, I would say Kansas is maybe in one of my bottom 5 states to live in. Bottom 5. It is the bottom sandwich of the Midwest. Actually, that might be Arkansas. Okay. Purposes of Motor Vehicles License Act. Anyone who rents, owns, or leases real estate in Kansas, such as a residence, engages in trade, business, or profession, registers to vote, or enrolls such persons in a school, or purchases a registration for motor vehicle shall be deemed a resident of state 90 days after this subsection commences. So if you're licensed to drive, if you're licensed to vote, if you have children in the schools, you are a resident. Patrol, talking about state highways. Patrol, address of principal residence. Most likely that is going to be targeting people who are in Kansas and they live there in their permanent place of residence. Or if they're in college and they're coming back, we're seeing this section B. Place where a person resides has intention to... Whoa, I'm seeing a check here. Oh, hey, Sod, what's up? Welcome to Cast Red Belt. Place of habitation to which, whenever the person is absent, person intends to return. Saying sleep as the primary method here, as opposed to sleep or eat. State. It does include the contiguous 48, plus Hawaii and Alaska, District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, Guam, American Samoa, and the Northern Mariana Islands. So those are our territories. Places we have some vested interest in. I don't have much on the history of our, I'm not going to say colonialism, but probably colonialism. We can learn about that on our own time. Wireless communication device. Religious organization. Moving on to 8. We see gender. Once again, gender continues to be tied to sex. Those are our terms. We are going to read through section 4. Supplement 8243 is hereby amended to read as follows. 8243. Upon payment of the required fee, the division shall issue to every applicant qualifying under the provisions of this act the driver's license as applied for by the applicant. Such license shall bear the class or classes of motor vehicles that the licensee is entitled to drive, a distinguishing number assigned to the licensee, the full legal name, date of birth, gender. Again, when they say gender, they mean sex. Address of principal residence, and a brief description of the licensee, either a digital color image of the photograph, a laser engraved photograph of the licensee, a facsimile of the signature of the licensee, and the statement provided in the subsection. I'd like to point out here, payment of the required fee. The state of Kansas is not going to be giving these people licenses for free, even though they are invalidating without any sort of incurred, crime, penalty. I gotta make sure my words are correct here and they're accurate. Through no fault of, the person besides not having that gender match their sex assigned at birth, they're losing their license. Section B, just saying, yep, they need to sign their license. Everyone who has a driver's license in the States, you probably should have done that as well. This next part is fairly similar to what we see in a lot of other state laws, just talking about what appears in the requirements to get a license. Hello, Marcos Ortega. We are currently reading through some bills here. We're talking through a law that was passed in the state of Kansas, invalidating an entire class of people's ability to drive without being a crime. So we're just making sure that we're reading the stuff correctly. And thank you, Glenn. Again, Glenn is the person who has more experience with law and jurisdiction. You gotta pay or you're incurring into illegal behavior. We're going to continue on. This is just general provisions to how to get a license. Again, this was an amendment to the current law that they have. I know, Marcos. I know. And this is the part where we need to be smart. Is it unethical? I would say yes. Is it illegal? Well, by definition, now it's not. So we got to be able to talk about this on the grounds of ethics, because I am of the belief that if someone let me rephrase that, unlawful. Thank you, Glenn. I am of the belief that law comes from ethics and morality. And if a law is immoral or unethical, it is the responsibility of a populace to change it. In other words, if your reason for following the law is just that it is law, I would implore you to think a little bit further. We're looking at Section G, these amendments here, they are actually italicized. Any driver's license issued prior to July 1st identifies the gender of the individual named on such license in a manner that is contrary to the definition of such term defined by KSA, the supplement here. They are now invalid. People have received letters in the mail. Does that mean people were tracking people who have had their sex changed on their licenses? Yeah, they have. The director shall correct any driver's license records and identify the gender of the individual named in such record in a manner that is contrary to the definition as defined in this change and amendments thereto. Director shall send written notice to each such individual notifying such cases that such language is invalid and to surrender such license to the Division of Vehicles. Upon the surrender of such license, they will issue a new driver's license to such individual with the correct identification for such. And yeah, Marcos, you're right. You have an outgroup. What's stopping you from being the next outgroup? I'm going to be quite honest with y'all. I've been to a DSA meeting the past, 2 weeks. So maybe I'm a bit riled up. And Glenn's bringing up some nice not exact, I'm not going to call it like review here, but some nice material we can look into. Hans Kelsen talks at length of the disconnect between law and ethics. They are disconnected fields of study. Laws like these are why we have moved away from Kelsenian thought. So Hans Kelsen, if anyone wants to continue reading in. Yes, and I'm going to be quite honest, Toast is probably right. If things end up in jail time, if the incurrence of driving illegally and any other such bills that pass on the basis of this being a law, they're probably going to be in the same jail they were assigned at birth. So the same jail population as the one they are assigned at birth. Definitely not great for mental health. Also, probably could lead to some level of abuse. Let's take a look at what's going on here now. So what we've got in these next sections is more about assigning what these meanings are in the realm of gender and sexuality. Child less than 18 years of age. I'm okay with that. That is what we have in our medical records. It's what I deal with every day when I look at medical records. Child is a minor. Female. This is one talking as a member of the female sex, kind of circular here. But I do want to point out the fact that this line 3 has been crossed out and struck, which means that the state of Kansas does not recognize gender as a social construct, a mix of psychological, behavioral, social, and cultural aspects of falling under, and in this case, they were already in like a gender binary, but we can't go any further than that. Let's just stick to the fact that they said, no, gender does not exist outside of sex. Dysphoria. This one is just changed on the number. I believe this is 3. So they do still recognize gender dysphoria as a entry in the DSM-5. So yes, this is DSM-5 for healthcare provider, licensed healthcare provider. They've gone back to the circular reasoning for male equals male sex. Perceived sex, the individual's internal sense of such individual sex. I am a bit confused as to how they got rid of the term gender here while still keeping these portions of the law. In here, they did redefine sex, getting rid of that psychological, chosen subjective experience. Somewhere, Gloria Steinem is rolling in her grave. Yeah. Do beware, they recognize gender dysphoria, but not gender as is best understood by medicine. This is not being motivated by medical reasons. It is being motivated by political reasons. This is an outgroup. The state of Kansas and the representatives are working in a way to outgroup them further. Yes, and I will, for the sake of being someone who is on the internet and present, and people could probably find me, I'm not going to say that every accusation is a projection, or every accusation is admittance of guilt, because the way that works out, you know, outside of this, is I probably get hit. Yeah. They do still have the version of social transitioning here. So social transitioning, non-medical interventions to make sure that people feel at home. They still also have opposite sex presentation, which still seems fine. Looking for some other sets here. Section 6 is amendments to make changes, notwithstanding any provision of the state law. To the contrary, with respect to the application of an individual's biological sex pursuant to any state laws and regulations, this applies. Sex or gender. Even though they have the definitions above, it is still now just biological sex. Female, individual whose biological reproductive system is developed to produce an ova. Male is who can fertilize a ova of a female. This is one where you could try and do a gotcha and say, but what if someone's infertile? Or someone's born infertile? Yeah. You could argue that that is disqualifying a female, but that's kind of like Diogenes' featherless biped man posting. But yeah, there's the development there. Mother, parent of female sex, father of the male sex. Equal does not mean same or identical, so they at least have some level of variance accounted for in this bill. Toast, I believe the intersex section might actually be covered in 7 here. Individual born with medically verifiable diagnosis of disorder, difference in sex development. So at the very minimum, they're still getting the statues for the ADA. So good for that. Good for that. We're continuing on all the way through 10. And now it is in the state of the law. All right, so we've made it through this bill. I've haphazardly kind of walked through it, and I do apologize if I seem a bit frazzled, or if for some reason I did not do a great job of explaining. Glenn, thank you so much for helping carry some of the more, let's say, like, knowledgeable discussion here. What do we think is happening here? What do we think is the next thing that could happen here? This was a 10-page bill. The bill that we first saw, Bill 244, did not look like this. It did not. It got amended multiple times, expanded 4 more pages, and we looked at it together. I'm going to be quite honest, I feel like many of us have read more on this than many people in that state. Many people possibly working there. I want us to be able to call this kind of stuff out. I want us to be able to think of this and think of the implications. It's not just a meme from It's Always Sunny. It is a real set of issues. What I'm going to pull up now is I do have some news articles I want us to take a look at together, just so we can see some reporting on this, try and figure out what sort of rhetorical tools are being put in place, how people are talking about this, what are the general vibes. And I do want to warn you, you can see it here, I did want to say, I wanted to show what the Fox News coverage was of this. For the sake of not incurring harm upon anyone in my community who is on your LGBTQIA plus community, we're not going to look at the comments. I will assure you, if you go to this article, do not look at the comments. Let's start with what is usually considered one of the more neutral reporting places. That would be AP News. This is actually going to be a couple years in the past. I was reading through this. I found this article from the year 2023. In this article, we get to see how Attorney General Chris Kobach was able to basically stop people from being able to change their driver's license. So not only have trans people hypothetically not been able to change their sex on their license for the past 3 years, if they did, now it's wrong. Getting some water in my mouth right now. So Chris Kobach had sued on Friday, and this is again in July 7th, to force the state to be among a few that prohibit trans people from changing their sex on their driver's license, and to repudiate the Democratic governor, who continues to allow changes despite a new anti-trans law. So these are the same parties we saw prior. We now see Chris Kobach as well as Laura Kelly. You may remember Laura Kelly because that is her name. She is the governor of Kansas, as seen on this Division of Vehicles paper. This is one of those cases where law may have actually won out, while Laura Kelly was saying, no, we should let them continue. Kobach had said, no, we're actually going to say that you can't enforce that. Though the governor was not named as defendant, the lawsuit holds her responsible for the policy on the driver's license. She is faithfully executing the laws of the state, direct her administration as well. Even with a raft of measures targeting transgender people in state houses across the U.S., Kansas would be atypical for not allowing them to change sex or gender markers on birth certificates, driver's license, or either. Other places, Montana, Tennessee, Oklahoma, They're saying no on the portion that is changing the birth certificate. Ugh. And as someone who was in the state of Kansas in 2023 for not a full time, but who was there, my trans friends there seemed pretty. They were doing pretty chill. They were feeling pretty chill. It is weird. We do get to see some mixes of how politics actually gets done. Kansas has been a firmly red state for a long time. Every U.S. Senate race, but for some reason, Democrats seem to do pretty well in governor races, about a half and halfway through. Kelly has been the governor since 2018. So we've got a dichotomy here. We've got a slightly more progressive governor with some very conservative legislation, which could lead to some deadlock. But it seems like in the year since, the numbers in the legislature have decided, nope, red. Ugh. Marcos, I do also want to say, nice choice on using the Gravity Falls. I'm a big fan of Gravity Falls. I've got some Substacks right here, which I don't usually prefer to use Substack. It is a platform where you can pretty much put whatever you want on there. Same with Medium, so that's just some additional reading we can take a look at. I did pull up the court case in question, Kansas v. Harper, where we're seeing, Chris Kobach being challenged. This was last updated about 4 months ago. 5 transgender Kansans are challenging the effort by Kansas Attorney General Kobach to require state-issued driver license with a gender marker that reveals sex assigned at birth. Attorney General is saying we need to apply the law that says sex is not related to gender. Gender and sex are just going to be related to what you were assigned at birth. We see that reference to that lawsuit that was seen in the last article. We had seen a couple references to SB 180 throughout this case. And as we look through here, January 26th, some more court proceedings are happening. However, in the meantime, driver's license invalid today. That is where we are at. I pulled up some local news sources, the Kansas City Star. This is the primary news outlet that we see there. As someone who I have spent some time in Kansas City. On the Missouri side, though, actually, here, how about we, I've been talking a lot. Let's just read through this article. And by that, I mean, we're going to listen to the article.
Kansas informs trans residents their driver's licenses become invalid on Thursday. Transgender Kansans are being informed on the eve of a new state law going into effect that their driver's licenses will be considered invalid as of Thursday. Please note that the legislature
if we don't want to listen to like AI voice, I'm okay with us not doing that. Or this might
once
be
the law is officially enacted, your current credentials will be invalid immediately, and you may be subject to additional penalties if you are operating a vehicle without a valid credential.
Yeah, depression. It's depression. We're trying to make sure we're informed on this, Acacia. We did actually walk through a whole lot about this. We read through the bill itself, but we're working through it. We're working through it.
Read letters mailed by the Kansas Department of Revenue's Vehicles Division and dated Monday. Some transgender Kansans interviewed by the Star said they had received the letters. Others who have changed the gender markers on their driver's licenses, state IDs and birth certificates said they had not yet received notification from Cater as of Wednesday evening.
Okay, I actually realize now the next line is amazing. I just want to read the rest of this out loud. I've had enough of a break. Iridescent Riffle, a transgender woman with a Kansas driver's license who lives in Grandview and communicates to work in Lawrence, said she has not received a letter yet. That's a great name. That's a great name. I don't want to get a misdemeanor just trying to go to work, said Riffle, who changed the letter from M to F in 2023, shortly before Chris Kobach's legal intervention forced KDOR to stop accommodating such requests for more than 2 years. So we're coming up on that same usual suspect, Chris Kobach, 2023 injunction. We have no new changes, but now in the 3 years since, anyone who has had a change beforehand, invalid. I am salaried. I am not working hourly, and not everyone has that same privilege as me, said Riffle, who got approval from her boss to work remotely until she figures out how to drive legally in Kansas. Pursuant to the new law, if the sex/gender indication on the face of your current credential does not match your sex assigned at birth, you are directed to surrender your current credential to the Kansas Division of Vehicles. As you can see here, we see that little real ID star. I mean, look, organ donor. Go, Elizabeth, you go. Or you go, Karen? Karen. But a non-usual spelling for it. Upon surrendering credential, you'll be issued a new credential reflecting the gender identification consistent with statutory requirements. If you have any questions regarding procedures for obtaining a legally compliant credential, please contact KDOV or visit your local driver licensing office. We read through SB 244. A Republican supermajority was able to vote past the veto by Governor Laura Kelly. It is currently Thursday the 26th, which means, as you saw in the thumbnail, the ones where trans people in Kansas are no longer allowed to drive. There is no funding to help people who need to replace it. Typically, we see a $30 cost, but the KDOR spokesperson said the email says the agency is only charging $8 to reissue a valid license. I'm going to put the music back on here as we talk through this next part. This is where I think the timing of this law passing comes into effect. I'm going to look up when the Kansas midterms are, because I think that is increasingly relevant to this statement. Kansas midterm elections are on November 3rd of 2026. So it is a midterm election year, which means the way that the US government runs is people are going to be up for re-election. While this is less than 1,000 people from what I've seen in some other places, you're still invalidating people's right to vote if, for some reason, the state enforces some level of voter ID law, which is something that is coming in a couple different states. It has been heavily pushed. If you have seen the SAVE Act, there have been efforts to require ID to vote. We can talk about the thought of voter fraud and what exactly that implies and how it is in the discourse later on. But for now, you're adding additional hurdles. You have 10 months to do it. At the same time, cis people did not have to deal with this. The state search website allows people to check the status of their license, still shows some people as active, and that won't be the case for long for anyone who previously changed their gender on the license, so it will be changed eventually. The KDOR driver's license status check accurately reflects KDOR's internal system and what law enforcement entities will see if they check a license, Denny said in an email. The system is being updated, and as it is, the status check website will reflect changes within the system. In addition to invalidating transgender residents' state identification documents, the new law will require people in government-owned buildings to use restrooms and other multi-occupancy private spaces in accordance with their sex assigned at birth. Again, because we read the bill, we do know that this is referring to specifically places where you might be in a state of undress. And hey, Megatron, what's up? Oh, I apologize if this triggers you. We're talking through a bill in the state of Kansas that says that trans people are no longer allowed to drive with their current licenses if they had changed their sex on it, which would have been done 3 years prior because they have not been able to change it in the past 2 years or so, but still disenfranchisement. Glenn is bringing up some ideas here. It's a fun thing in most democracies, voting being a right and not a legal obligation leads to efforts such as these to reduce voter apathy. Yeah, and I don't know if it's the same where you're from, Glenn, but we really don't have nationalized ID. You may think social security number, but you are not supposed to use the social security number as a form of ID. Not great, not secure, explicitly told not to do it. Which is why many times people are dealing with what is assigned at the state level, either a non-driver's license or a non-driver's identification card, which requires some level of registration, usually having to do with a birth certificate, proof of paying fees, bills, proof of residence, etc., etc. And yeah, Megatron, hello. Yeah, it's not a great bill. It is now a law, though. And, we're working through this together, we're educating ourselves, we're talking through this to make sure that when we're asked about it, we can talk about it with some level of authority as we go. Okay, and Glenn is giving a non-American perspective here. A national ID exists for them. It is not a voting ID, but you do get a ID at 18 or possibly 16. At minimum, you're always 18 in the States. And as you saw in the bill, to provision a license, it usually does cost money. So you do have to, technically, in cases where voter ID is required, you have to pay to vote. Now, if you have qualms with what it's like to elect someone, the politics behind it, the donors behind, you're like, none of these people represent me, you can be apathetic about that in some ways, but if you get more involved, you become a little bit more, I say, like, active. And you can see why you probably shouldn't be forced to do these extra hoops that these people are going to have to go through here. Let me go through. The persecution is the point, said Representative Abby Boatman, a Wichita Democrat and the only transgender member of the legislature, who received the KDOR notice on Wednesday. Again, a day before it went live. Zachary Denny, a spokesperson for KDOR, said in an email Thursday morning, the agency does not plan to contact affected credential holders virtually to inform them that their driver's license and birth certificates have been invalidated. They are working to update its website with the relevant information. So maybe they're not doing emails, they might need to be focusing on those letters that we've seen posted on Twitter. One of our best way to reach those affected by bill is via mail, which is how we contact drivers in any situation where the status of their credentials has changed. We are working to notify those individuals as quickly as possible to ensure they have sufficient time to visit a DL office. Sufficient time does not really work out here. If the person received it the day before and they work and they can't get an appointment. If this was in law a couple days ago, if this was a couple weeks back, you probably should have sent it with express mail. But no, it's happening very quickly, as mentioned by Jay Moyer. It is all happening very quickly, and my heart is broken for anyone who this is directly impacting, said Jay Moyer, an LGBTQ+ activist who serves as a member of the Johnson County Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Coalition. This bill that the Republicans forced through the legislature so quickly is doing nothing but causing a problem that does not exist. It's clearly something they've wanted to do for a long time, and it is at the expense of members of marginalized communities. Last month, a spokesperson for the Kansas Department of Revenue told The Star that the agency had processed 159 gender ID changes on IDs since a district court injunction was lifted in October. They expect around 1,800 people to have their identity documents revoked. We should rally and sue them. That is a thing you can do. You can sue the state for discrimination. You would probably need to be someone affected by this. I don't know if there's enough for a class action lawsuit, but that might be for, getting compensation. This is something that would need to be, struck out of the legal record for this to fully be, how do I say this? Not back to normal. Not relinquished. Not restitution. Restored? I'll just say restored. Yeah. Sup, Rowan? Shout out to Cans for getting everything wrong all the time. Yeah, it's definitely one of my bottom two were states that end with Kansas. You do not live in Kansas. I live slightly below them. Be willing to head up there to support the suit. Indemnified. Thank you, Glenn. Megatron, I think you wouldn't be subject to this as a non-resident. You could go up there. I do think it would be funny to have... No, sorry, it's not funny. It would be a thing for Bleeding Kansas 2 to be off of this bill if there was a John Brown situation. But no, I think what you can best do, we can educate other people. As we are looking through this together, we are educating ourselves to be more knowledgeable on this. That way, if asked about it or if given the opportunity, we can change minds. If we can't change minds, we can make people feel stupid. For real, for real. Rowan, non-residents can still participate in protests for real, for real. Let's go. Artistic Bean, you're leaving the USA as if I wouldn't even if this transphobia didn't exist. I fully support your decision. When this stuff happens, it is a perfectly reasonable, I'd say, factor to find sanctuary in another place. I hope and wish that you have access to the proper channels that you can do so safely. And even if you are not here in the States, I want you to know digitally, I support you. And I hope that the community here also supports you in total. You're going to the moon? Heck yeah! Watch out, Eggman's gonna piss on it. Sorry. That's the least serious thing I've said all day throughout this stream. Yeah. There's some more stuff going on in this bill as we read through. There was the fact that you've got that the license thing is the one where we're mostly up in arms about. The codification of sex and gender, where gender is basically just sex assigned at birth. And also just bathroom bills, something that I thought that as a country we'd been like, this is passe and we're done with this over 10 years ago, but also 10 years ago we had the same president. Because he wasn't indicted 10 years ago. He was indicted later. He was inaugurated in January. Okay. Jesse Lawson, a transgender woman who lives in Wichita and received notification of her driver's license being revoked on Wednesday, said she deeply worried about the restroom component of the new law. A provision to receive no public hearing. Anyone found to have improperly used a restroom or other space in a government building would face a written warning for a first violation, followed by that $1,000 fine. Anything after that, a misdemeanor, which could lead to fines and jail time. I'm gonna make a crime confession here. Maybe not a crime, but at the very least a social etiquette crime. This last trip I went to Japan with my friend Dendo. We were on a train in Osaka, and for approximately 2 stops, I believe, well, 1.5 stops, we were on the all-women's train, and I was like, we need to go. I do not believe that we were intentionally committing a crime. However, if there was such a bill in Japan, I would be like, yeah, no, this is what the bill says. No, but this is a fun... Well, sorry, not fun. Fun's not the right word. This is a... Implications are very sour sentence here. Anyone who believes someone used the wrong restroom in their presence could file a complaint seeking $1,000. You're going to create a bounty on someone's head for walking into your restroom. A lot of talk about trans investigation, I believe in the past, like, oh, what are you going to do? Put a bathroom monitor to look at my genitals? I think maybe that might be the aim here. I feel like it might be the aim here. Except instead of hiring a bathroom monitor, it's just someone who could say it. Here we're looking at the trans mask experience, oftentimes overlooked. I have several trans male friends, she said. You cannot tell by looking at them. They've got like Moses level beards going on. This law is putting them in the ladies' room is completely insane. Republicans frame the bathroom and the driver's license bill as an addendum, clarifying the intent of a separate 2023 bill barring trans women from accessing female-only spaces. Lawson said Republican lawmakers and officials who rushed the anti-trans bill through without a public discussion Need to confront the realities of what this implementation means. I would love to sit down with Kobach and say, this is the person you're damaging. Lawson said, I just want to be peaceful. I want to be happy. I want to pursue life without having to look over my fucking shoulder. They probably want to also be able to pee. Be able to pee. And that is from the Kansas City Star. I also have another article here from KCUR. This is the NPR wing in Kansas City. 89.3, baby. KCUR. You walked into the women's bathroom twice. Can't imagine being sent to jail for the second time. Yeah. Look, I walk into glass doors at least twice a year. Odds are I've probably accidentally walked into, like, a women's bathroom before. Remember, anytime the excuse is to protect women and kids, they're lying, cruelty, and oppression. It is the point, Megatron. It is the point. I've said this multiple times. It is already a crime to assault someone if you're going to a bathroom with the express purpose of doing that. It's already illegal. It shouldn't matter what is in your, not cojones, in your lower half of your body, your upper half. Assault's already a crime. Okay. Control of the body is a key form of real and semiotic exertion of power. The state is a tool for the exertion of power. Real. Real and true. Doesn't that just mean... Wait, so let's say Toast is bringing up something here. Wait, doesn't that mean they can just say that trans men who pass are in the wrong bathroom and put a bounty on them? So you might have a point. They said the perceived. Someone who perceived they were aggressed could have done that. In that case, if they had on their license their assigned sex at birth, they would probably be able to get out of it. Someone could still deputize themselves and say so. And I'm going to be honest, I've seen enough people try and transvestigate on Twitter. I'm not sure if the average layperson or the median voter could identify a trans person. So yes, this is a very, I'm going to say not even rushed. Concerning implementation. Concerning implementation. Let's look at KCUR's article by Zane Irwin. They've had their IDs invalidated overnight, causing confusion and panic. I like the beard. This right here is taking some more interviews into account. It's very important to center the lived experiences of people that are affected by these laws. So we're going to skip past this part that we already seen, because we've read about these laws. I've said assigned sex at birth at least 20 times. We're going to start here. While other states have enacted policies banning gender marker changes, Kansas's law is believed to be uniquely far-reaching because it also annuls previous changes that were legally carried out. So something you did that was legal in the past is now illegal. We're changing what you have. Matthew Newman, a transgender man in Larned, who runs an LGBTQ+ mutual aid organization, said he's concerned about getting pulled over on the way to get a new license. I have to drive to a neighboring town, he said. Hopefully my driver's license is still valid at that time. Kansas Department of Revenue spokesperson Zach Denny, who we've seen before, has said in an email that the agency has sent letters to 300 individuals. Of note, the number that was projected was 1,800, so about 1 in 6. Who complete their gender marker changes with more on the way. Please note the legislature did not include a grace period for updating the credentials. There's an $8 fee, $20 less, however, still a fee that needs to be paid. KDR is one of the Democratic Gov. Kelly's cabinet agencies. She vetoed the bill, but supermajorities in the House, State, and Senate overrode the veto. It is now in law. Newman has not received a letter yet. The revenue site says the license is still valid, but he is bracing for change. The trans community is getting a target on its back that wasn't there until this kind of legislation started. The law also invalidates gender changes on birth certificates. Jill Brana, a spokesperson for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, said the agency has identified over 1,800 birth certificates that have had the sex field changed. KDHE will review each instance manually. Brana said a process staff estimate will take several months to determine which documents will be invalidated and amended. Brana said the agency's Office of Vital Statistics will not notify residents of their birth certificate as amended due to the law. Individuals must make a request to OVS to receive an amended birth certificate, and they would be required to pay $20 per certificate. Some further implications here, some more steps that are going to need to be gone through in order to receive a new license. I'm gonna just point out Dances with Wolves, Dances with Vegans, then Eats Wolves. This is a very pro-LGBTQIA space. Just want to make sure you understand where you're at. I am a fan of the early Chappelle work. I have not seen anything since The Closer, so I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about the way that trans people are being targeted. However, I will give you some time and credence. That way I will not immediately move you out of the space. However, I will let you know that if this does turn into some other conversations I've had with Chappelle fans on Twitter, I will remove you from this space. Still irk me, birth certificates are a perfect legal act. They cannot be affected by future laws. That's how civil law countries work, not the states, as seen by Kansas. Before the weekend at the ACLU, they say they plan to file a lawsuit challenging the law in state court. So I believe someone had said that we should sue them. I don't know if that was that Megatron or was that Artistic Bean? And I realize I apologize here. I didn't actually read some of your stuff here earlier. I think, let's see. Megatron kind of wished that all those lawmakers who had the worst case of gender dysphoria and the stub toes, real, Artistic Bean. Yeah, I do feel sorry for you. I hope that they do eventually ask for consent to take photos of you. Again, want you to feel safe, support in this environment. If you need comfort, it is here. All right, so we can hold on this. We can hold to the ACLU Megatron if you want to look for that. ACLU attorney Harper Seldon said he was not aware of any other state law revoking gender marker changes that had been approved. It invalidated them overnight with no grace period for folks to understand what that meant or even comply going into KDOR exchanging their license. It also takes away the people's right to determine who knows that they're trans and outs them whenever they interact with law enforcement, apply for a job, or apply for housing. Which is another wrinkle to add in here, because if you are in Kansas and you are subject to this law and you can't drive into work, you're going to have to tell someone that you can't drive into work. Gender marker change were the subject of a years-long battle involving Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach and the Department of Revenue. Kobach says they had argued the medical and law enforcement professionals rely on IDs that list a person's sex assigned at birth. A court decision in October allowed KDOR to continue processing gender marker change requests for the first time since 2023. Now it is being halted again. We've got furthermore here, we've got some routers reporting we could look at. I am very hesitant to have us actually open up the Substack articles. They are very much opinion pieces, but also this is a subjective experience for many people. I've already gotten this reporting from Fox News, and I apologize for showing you Fox News. We're not going to look at the comments. Not much has changed. I will say this article is very short and to the point. I'm not seeing many opinion pieces in here. I did unfortunately look down to the comments and I felt very concerned. I do think there is some framing with this photo, kind of calling back to the triggered lib image that I feel like some of us have seen on the internet before. Matter. Okay, I'm seeing here dances with vegans and then eats wolves. The sports issue has to be addressed and then dropped. The public does not like this law, but they are reacting to a perceived attack on women's spaces in sports. Call for a tactile repeat or more of this. I would argue that the... How do I say this? The number of affected parties when we talk about trans athletes in sports is very small. And oftentimes, I don't see people being concerned about trans females in male sports. This is very much a fear of what are perceived men in a female space. I think it is being brought out of proportion. The most famous case of someone being... How do I say this? Oh, gosh. I would say the most famous case of someone being screwed out of a win is actually of Riley Gaines. Riley Gaines, the person who placed 5th, which means they did not qualify the Olympics. They also did not even make the podium. I don't think it's worth a tactical retreat on something you're not wrong about, which is why I think you should not tactically retreat on this. Yeah, I appreciate the dance with wolves. I'm just saying I think that the strategy here is not to be on the back foot. It is to repudiate with logic and also a level of snark that would probably work. Oh, it was a tie. Riley Gaines tied for 5th? Darn. Yeah, and Glenn is also talking about, I think, that law theorists as well as philosophy, there are definitely some cases where if it is unjust, you should disobey it. There are penalties incurred there. Yeah. And Kansas, I guess, I also am not going to say that, like, trans athletes was the main issue here, because we did talk about this already being an issue with the birth certificate stuff and the bathroom bill, with stuff cited in 2023, not relating to that at all. Yeah. We did also see this portion here, which I thought was, like, you know, a fun definition. You're not allowed to help your child use the restroom if they're above the age of 9. Yeah. And I believe, yep, we're going to the comments. I'm closing out the comments before we go any further. See what else is going on here. This is on my Twitter. What's happening? Oh, wow. Nice. Am I on this? Oh, wait, I swear, I thought I was on this list here. Give me a sec. I gotta close something out. I thought, I want to say I was put on the Vtuber woke chud list. I'm gonna quite quickly close out my Discord set. Hide them there. Can I go onto the chud woke list, please? I just want to make sure they put me in woke. Oh, gosh. Oh, I'm realizing I'm looking at top chat, not live chat. I'm sorry if I'm missing anyone's stuff here. Okay, come on, come on. Show me in here. Where is Kaz? Hell yeah! They put me on the woke list. I'm the woke baby. Wait, I just realized I said something really stupid. I'm sorry. This is a serious stream. We're talking about serious issues, but I just gotta really quickly here. I really quickly. Let me do a thing. Let me do a thing. I'm the woke baby, except I have black hair now. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I want to look through this list. Is anyone else I know on here? Let's start from the top. Someone's got to have ran some level of, like, data analysis here, because I'm seeing a lot of green. Yeah, Astral's woke. Ooh, what else do we have here? What else do we have here? Amelie is unclear. Lee and Lee. I feel like based on, like, her previous stuff, she leans. I wonder who else is... But a lot of these people are V-tweeters. Gasp, Kaz is woke / J. No, for real. Who would have thought? The bisexual Filipino man is a woke. I'm not seeing anyone else I know on this list, which is weird. I'm used to seeing people on Twitter all the time. I'm surprised no one's been captured. If anyone has a VTuber they want to check if they're on here, you can let me know. Oh, God. Up, Sayu. Doki and Doobie, I'm like, yeah, unclear. Makes sense there. Doobie Latina. Pedals will be class of Wokies on there. Your mother. Yeah, Megatron, I guess. I think so. He'd be under Regretfully Mine, I think. We can see. I'm scrolling through. I'm not seeing anyone I know or interact with on this. At least on a daily basis. No, not seeing any of my friends on this yet. Viren, I can check. Well, Viren has been out for like many months, and I miss him a lot, but we'll see if he has enough of an online presence to be put on the woke list. KazCassidy. See Chaos Puppy, Chloe Zero, Karomi, Kirsch. Huh. We're getting closer. This is the person who's compiling this is going so much work here. Mars Leaks is woke, yeah. You know, honestly, I do apologize. I should have added the Scott Pilgrim sound where his sister does the thing where the mouth goes to censor themselves there when I said that name. No, I every day I wake up, I check Twitter to make sure that, like, I don't know, I get to see my Kingdom Hearts fan art that I have on my feed, and I just see Kirsch. I'm like, why? Why are you doing this to me? Yeah. You know, inattentive, artistic being, real, important to speak out against this stuff, form protests, a bunch of other people, stuff like that. If you can work with local organizations, you can get stuff done, even if it's not like directly in response to legality and law. Mutual aid networks are very beneficial. It's very beneficial to look to mutual aid as a possible way to get involved, because when you do, you can help other people. I'm seeing the N. Hynyaners. We're almost at P. Let's see if we can find Petals. Is Petals on here? Oh, no Petals. Let's see if he's gonna regretfully mine. Niara. Oh yeah, no, I follow Niara, and I also technically Niara V2. Niara V2 because I remember they got like shadow banned on their first account, so they're doing a lot of retweeting of themselves, and I'm like, support. Yep, Powder's a chud. All right, I'm not seeing. Okay, RE. Nope, no Petals on here. There's Rev. And no, Megatron, you're okay. We all have had phases where we follow people we don't support now. For a long period of time, I was a Mumkey Jones viewer. No, it was really bad. Mumkey Jones, I was a real big viewer of that, and I was like, oh, that's sad. And I was like, oh, this gets sad, but in a bad way. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone that we know. Oh, I know Shiloh Jack. He's Dewoki. Yeah. Okay, weird. Only one in my circle in here. Cool. Very nice. Oh, wait, no, I know Vivi. Yeah, Vivi's awesome. I love Vivi. All right. I think that's enough looking at the Woker list. I'm gonna unwoker myself, okay? Y'all ready? I'm gonna go back to my my original outfit that people were like, oh, is that the Celeste hoodie? It was not the Celeste hoodie on purpose, but I do very much like Celeste. Let's see. I'm following Niara. Why am I not seeing any of her stuff on here? Have they been off the... Have they been taking a Twitter break? Am I showing... Oh, let me do recents. Yeah, you know, we're not gonna do that. Well... There are some other things I'm gonna say. If you want to, you can read. These are some Substack articles I looked at before. I was gonna say class started. That's because I teach classes. If you want to read those, give them a nice read. Otherwise, I don't know. What else do we want to do today? It's been less than 2 hours. We've been streaming for a decent amount of time, but I want to, you know, make sure. It seems like we're in a good space here. Every time I go live, I forget just how many in my audience is queer and how much, like, you know, there's a responsibility as this community to talk about issues like this. Anyone have anything they want to talk about right now in this? I'm kind of satted out. I'd like to have some level of like joy. Yeah. Oh, wow, I got an unsub off of this. Nice. Wonder if I'm gonna get any comments in a second. Games Workshop is pro-LGBT. Let me take a look. Let's see. Can you swear? Yeah, you can swear. Just watch out. You might get filtered out by It is possible you might get filtered out by the autofilter. Games Workshop, let's see. Oh, Warhammer? I do not paint Warhammer figurines. I have friends that do. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm just gonna put some other stuff on screen here that's pretty good to look at. Just gonna show you the Trevor Project. Always a good thing. If you're feeling hopeless, Trevor Project is someplace you can reach out to. I've worked with a whole lot of people in my life who have benefited from this. I try and whenever I have the opportunity to move donations at work, I do vote that it ends up going to the Trevor Project. You know, helping with the youth, especially when they're in need. Outside of just having a support group and a support line, it does give a lot of educational opportunities. I have thought about fundraising for it in the past. I have not actually bit the bullet there. I would like to figure out where I want to fundraise next. Otherwise, on the more like non-trans youth feature, not functioning, non-trans youth centered charities and organizations, the Transgender Law Center is also a good thing I've been looking towards to maybe doing fundraisers for. Trans organization that advocates for self-determination. It's got a pretty good score, I believe, when I was looking at the charity tracker. I do actually really like what I see in front here. I think this is a really fun logo here. The trans agenda, legal expertise committed to racial justice, employ community-driven strategies to keep people alive, thriving, and fighting for liberation. If I had the option to know that all of these were not actively going to get me copyright struck, I would be playing them right now just to show you, but I do want to make sure this doesn't get taken down. Yeah. And you know, inattentive artistic being, I'm feeling like you may have actually had your thing. Oh, okay. If you haven't sent a message, I'm not seeing it, so it hasn't been filtered out yet. Because I'm looking at my personal set, and it's not there. Let's see. Sound of burning in the background, don't worry about that. That's just the USA does it. It does that sometimes. Do y'all know about the... Do y'all know about the time a river in Cleveland caught on fire? Or how it caught fire at least a dozen times, but no one cared until 1969? That's the sound of Ohio. Gozaimasu. No, but it needs to go cool itself down, because ooh, wowie zowie. It was a thing. Sometimes it's fun to laugh at Ohio. Ohio is like a oh god, there was a musical that came out. I forget if it was How to Dance in Ohio, or if it was like, oh god, what was it? Give me a sec. I'm trying to find the one here. Ohio Broadway song. Oh, Ohio from the musical In Pieces. It's so cute. It's so cute. Okay, so yeah, I found this song. And I'm gonna hum along to it because I have backing track here. Let's see. I'm somebody from Ohio. Fucking up to could find from Ohio. It's so the person singing this has so much joy, and also he's so like pencil stick thin. I hope the show's going okay. I hope they're enjoying it. Can you see that now? Actually, no, I can't. All I saw was irony. Every time I see someone from Ohio. No, but this is what a nice river fire. Who's to say it wasn't? Yeah, it's not telling me when to get filtered. Usually it shows up in my multi-chat, but I guess my filter is like super strong today. I'm so confused. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it a little bit light. I'm just gonna go on Sporkle. We're gonna do some quizzes. Let's go trans rights. All right. Drag queen activist best known for activism role in the Stonewall riots. Marsha P. Johnson. Actor famous for his nomination for the Academy Award for Best Actress for his role in Juno. That would be one Elliot Page. Ooh, I don't know who this one is. Let's keep walking through. All right, Toodles Glenn, thanks for coming in. Former Olympic athlete and current reality star. Who is on a reality TV show that I don't know? Oh, Caitlyn Jenner from I Am Kate. This is a pretty old one here. This is going to be Chaz Bono. The Wachowski sisters. Jennifer Lewis, English stand-up comedian. Oh no, was this? I don't think this is Eddie Izzard. Eddie? No. I'm unfortunately not as well versed in this. Not bad. We hit a decent number here. Very chill night on our part. I'm happy we did this. Just paint your left hand nails with Warhammer Retributor Armor Gold. Very cool. Do you have like little stamps or little like, how do I say this? Little patterns, or is it just gonna be a solid through? brush. Ooh, cool. I want to say this is Buffy. B99? Oh, hi, Smithers. What's up, Simpson? Is this The Walking Dead? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Always Sunny. Mac is gay. Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Maura Pfefferman. This is from Transparent. I think that's Jeffrey Tambor. Robin from Stranger Things. Archer? Is this Hannibal? No. You have warm minis, but you don't have the paint. Don't think about enough. Borrow when you get the chance. You should. There's a local game store I go to that I think has so much just like Warhammer shelves, and even if I'm not like an active fan of the fandom, like it looks really cool. Hey, Dr. Fu. Oh, hey, it's Cora. Cool. I don't know you. This Once Upon a Time? Okay, that looks like it's not Hannibal. Okay. Oh. Bubbling. And that's... Oh my god. It's not Darman Gregg. Will and Grace? So it was True Blood, The Wire, Pretty Little Liars, and Prison Break. So no Cannibal. No Hannibal the Cannibal. You want to distract yourself playing Fortnite? No, that's a good idea. Distracting yourself from with Fortnite is fun. I would say distracting yourself by looking at the Cuyahoga River fire is also pretty fun. Again, it just keeps going on fire. So much fire. Cleveland. Yeah. I'm honestly, I'm going to keep looking around for some of these trackers. On these anti-trans bill trackers. Want to get some more stuff, seeing where things are at. Nothing in Montana, nothing in North Dakota, nothing in Oregon, nothing in Nevada. Texas not having any of these bills is saying something. Maybe it's just out of session. I don't know if it's in session right now. You remember when you was a little kid, you spawned in the Wither with my Minecraft flat world, beat the crap out of them and create them just to feel powerful? You know what? Take that power fantasy. If you need a power fantasy right now to feel good, go for it. Let's see. Recent updates. Now just replace the Wither with right-wing politics. Yeah, no, I mean, I've talked about this before. A couple like months back, like maybe 8 months ago, I got in like a drag out fight with someone over Discord. It was really, really bad. It was really bad. Not for me, because I feel like I was right. Because we had a conversation about this exact thing. Because the people were like, oh, trans people aren't being persecuted. I'm like, no, they are. In a very constant way. So pulling up this sort of like tracker, finding these other readings, it took so long to try and get them to even acquiesce to the, how do I say this, to the thought that forcing someone to go through extra hoops to get licensure was discrimination. And then afterwards, I had to explain them what thinking in 2 dimension is, because I had to explain a political compass and how there is auth, lib, left, right. No, I'm. Oh, God, 2026. 126 anti-trans bills passed. What bills have passed can you see? Yeah, sure. Don't tell me your state. But let's open up these past bills. We've got 8 ones passed in the past 2 months. 3 states between Indiana, Kansas, and Wisconsin. We spent a lot of time talking about the one in Kansas. There's a past pending action. Let's look for the ones that are past. Wisconsin for sports. Pending for sports. Yeah, no, Wisconsin's running the gamut. There's a whole lot there. You're playing Festival because of Calperone. You go. You do that. You do that. Get some queer joy. God, Wisconsin, what the fuck are you doing today? Yeah, the only pass is Kansas SB 244. Can we go in the year back? Go to previous years. Let's look to 2025. So, pretty good. 405 failed bills. Let's look at the past bills here for 2025. What's the one here? 15 bathroom bills, some child welfare bills, pronouns bills. Hello, Alaska. Hello, Alabama. Hello, Arkansas. A lot of these are grouped together with general DEI. DEI is called out in the education. Okay, yeah. We have some others. This one is based on kind of allowing for religious people to discriminate against people based on their belief on what it means to be male or female. Arkansas had a really big year for this, it looks like. Oh my God, they had so many. God, religious exemptions is definitely one of the ones that I find the most kind of insidious. Because, like, you know, religion is a thing. You need to have, like, some way to believe that things can get better. And if you believe in that due to a higher power, I'm not going to stop you. But just some of the things you can get away with writing into law as a result. My God. Hello, Iowa. Iowa had pretty slow. Idaho had a couple. Okay, Idaho had a lot more than a couple. Gee. Oh my God, Idaho. Idaho, calm down. Indiana. Oh, hi, Kansas again. Oh, yeah, so this is one that was actually referenced. So I'm going to look through this one right now, SB 63, because this came up in the earlier bill. Enacting the Help Not Harm Act, restricting the use of state funds to promote gender transitioning, prohibit healthcare providers from gender transition care, those inconsistent with the child's sex, authorizing a civil cause of action against healthcare providers for providing such sequence, so punishing healthcare providers for being pro-trans, requiring professional discipline, prohibiting professional liability insurance, covering damages for healthcare providers that provide gender transition treatment, etc., etc. Okay. Yep. Yeah, there it is. Because remember, this is where we saw that definition of laws here. The definition of this. This one did actually have gender talking about psychological, behavioral, social, cultural aspects of being male or female. That SB 24... Wait, which one? The SB one? That one did just straight up cross that one out. super small here. To them, transphobia is just free speech, while trans rights are protest or violence. Yeah, the thing is, you can be free speech and violent. Sometimes it's cool when you're free speech and violence. When a dude is playing and just shredding on guitar and they break it, and they're like, heck yeah, fucking trans rights, let's go. I'm like, that's violent and awesome. I'm just reading through this right now, so apologies if I'm a little bit, like, just reading, but I am currently just reading. Thank you for keeping me company as I read. That is much appreciated. Okay, so the part that we didn't see because there wasn't an amendment to it was section 2. Let me try. I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit here. Okay, how does this look right now? All right, section 2. A recipient of state funds shall not use such funds to provide or subsidize medication or surgery as provided in section 3, and amendments thereto, as a treatment for a child's perception of gender or sex that is inconsistent with such child's sex. An individual or entity that receives state funds to pay for or subsidize the treatment of children for psychological conditions, including dysphoria of the gender, shall not prescribe, dispense, or administer medication or perform surgery as provided in section 3. Amendments thereto, or provide a referral to another healthcare provider for such medication or surgery whose perceived gender or perceived sex inconsistent with such child's sex. So again, we're talking a lot about sex essentialism here. This is banning the ability to even refer out to, so providing any sort of like non-social care for transition that is kind of gutted here. Kansas Program Medical Assistant and its managed care organization shall not reimburse or provide coverage for medication as provided in section 3. So even if you could, you would be paying out of pocket. Oh, you know, artistic being is perfectly fine. My recommendations are absolutely borked. I understand that, and I do believe that this is probably going to cool a bit, because I think I've lost like 2 subs since I started this stream. Like, that's fine. High swag. Some sad news popped up on the timeline about trans rights. So we're talking about it, but we're going to try and be productive about it. We've been through a bill. We read through some articles about like what's happened since. And now it's not doom scrolling, it's doom researching. Because we went back a year to read through some of the stuff. What's up with you? Just relaxing? Okay. Yeah. It is interesting. Kansas said trans people can't drive. I mean, not specifically all trans people, but the way that the law was worded, it was anyone who had gotten their sex change marked on a legal document prior to 2026 or for the brief period of time when it was allowed to be changed in the year of 2025. Yeah, those licenses are invalid, and it is unlawful to be driving using that license as of today. Okay. Have fun, inattentive artistic being. I hope you return to whimsy. I'm still reading this. I'm doom researching here. That way, if conversation pops up, it's fine. Right, Section 3 is talking about the surgeries we can't actually, that are actually going to be banned from occurring under the law. Let's see. Can't do a vaginectomy, hysterectomy, oophorectomy, ovaryectomy, urethral reconstruction. Yeah, so a lot of gender-affirming scares here. Section 3, what is it talking about? Is it just talking about minors? It's talking about, okay, child, so age 18 or below. No giving of testosterone or androgens, puberty blockers, which is going to catch people who are also not trans, because you can just have puberty blockers without that. What you're more pissed about is Google and Apple launching ID verification the moment you boot your phone. We can be mad at two things at once. I mean, personally, that probably is going to affect more people, but I think that this is like a thing that is going to slide into some issues here. And, you know, quite honestly, Swag, they already have ways of tracking us. We've definitely signed enough contracts that it's happening. You want to join a protest for this? Blast some Rage Against the Machine, have a giant trans flag? You go, Megatron. You do that. Yeah, I would definitely look around. If you're not a part of it, look for your local DSA. The DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. They usually are fairly involved in all these kinds of protests. Otherwise, there are some other groups that you can probably find. Really find yourself some community. Make sure it's what you feel comfortable in. I'm trying to make it as clear as possible. I want people in this LGBTQIA plus umbrella to be comfortable here, because that's the states I would have liked. But yeah, do not disregard your ability to make connections outside of the internet in favor of these connections. I am very grateful to have you all here. I'm very grateful to be talking to you. I'm grateful that I can talk to you about this and try, not even educate, even like you specifically, but to learn alongside you about what's happening here, because this is real life. And I say that as a person who's dressed like an anime boy who was recently just looking like the Joker. Like, it's cool to game, it's cool to watch stuff and enjoy media, but also I think it's pretty cool to understand what's happening in the world. And this is happening. It's happening not too far from where I grew up. And that means that people that I know and care for are probably going to be subject to this and other offshoots of this in the future. Because like this right here, this is a law that went into place a year ago. And now we're seeing an evolution of the law where people can't drive. The fuck? The way you talk reminds me of a spokesperson at a public resistance meeting. Yeah, I don't fancy myself a revolutionary, at least not at this point. I feel like I can be a firebrand, but I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet, and I want to make meaningful change in the world. As part of what I do in real life, I want to make life better for people. And, you know, as an internet personality, I'm trying to just, like, make sure people are educated. And like there is a defensible position here. It's one of those cases where like I would be okay with talking to someone, but I don't think I would be the best person to talk to someone, because I'm an asshole. I really am. But I'm also, and I'm gonna fucking toot my own horn. I feel like I'm pretty darn smart. I feel like I'm smart. I feel like I'm semi-professional. I feel like I can plan things and actually do them. So if I can get that through, I would feel much more comfortable with this. I'm not saying this is going to become a debate bro channel. What I'm saying is I could. Yeah. Megatron would be revolutionary, but you hate the idea of your face being public. Yeah, I get that too. Especially because right now I have like a cyst on my face. Like I think they were like an infection or a spider bite. Because there are spiders in my room that I wake up and they're like biting me every once in a while. So like my face is real puffy right now. So it would not look great. Which is why we have Kaz face. Perfect. Amazing. Very chill and cool. Yeah, it's look, the spiders, they're not huge spiders. Like it's not like a wolf spider has come to devour my face. They're just small. And I can't find the nest and I can't find where the eggs are at. I've just learned to live with it. A lot of Neosporin on the face. I also just want to point out, like, this is very boring at times. Reading these laws, looking at what happens, like, these are real, people have a real job to vote on this. But, like, look at this entire process. This bill was introduced 1/22. When a full month, look at all the different things that happened. Amendments, rejections of amendments, passing certain committees. The process to get into law is like complex, but also spelled out. Like there's transparency on this. Like let's take a look again. Kansas SB 244. Look at the calendar here. Look at how quick this went. It was introduced in the Senate on the 6th. On 2/6/2025, it went really fast for a long time. It made it to a House hearing in March of last year, and then it came to a actual like committee. And within 24 hours, look at all the different amendments that happened there. Between 127 to 128. So many amendments. Takes a little while, goes like 4 or 5 days to actually get to the governor. Governor vetoes it because they believe otherwise. Immediate vote. It passes the Senate and the House. It's been 8 days. That's how quick it was for this to actually go and affect people's like real lives. Also, swag, that is terrifying. I'm so sorry. Swag, that is a nightmare scenario, and I'm so sorry you had to feel that. I hope it didn't end poorly. I hope it didn't eat the spider. Ugh. In other news, Pokemon Days tomorrow. Could be fun. Could be cool. So glad you sleep with a light on. That's something you do? Yeah, question to Swag. Why does changing your gender inhibit your ability to drive? So there's a series of things happening here. Is my screen showing the thing I wanted to see? God. No, you don't see my full screen here. Let me do a thing here for you. I'll open up an MS Paint. Let me open up a window here. MS Paint's not showing. Apologies, I need to add a window capture real quick. Yeah, never mind. It's just not showing up. Dude. Let me just explain it out here, Swag. So changing your gender inhibits your ability to drive. It sounds like there's a lot of leaps to go for that to make sense, but we're going to talk through the leaps. First things first. When the law states that gender and sex are the same thing, which goes against academic consensus, you can transfer that there to say, why does changing your sex inhibit your ability to drive? Your ability to drive is going to be dependent on your ability to do so legally. Therefore, a condition where you... Oh, am I out of background music? No. Therefore, if you were previously licensed to drive and that is taken away from you, you are not allowed to drive. On the basis of someone who has changed their marker for their gender or their sex on their license, Kansas rescinded that 8 days after passing the law with no grace period. Which means that someone who identifies as transgender, is transgender, and went through the proper channels to change their legal sex on their documentation, be it on their birth certificate or their driver's license, after they did that legal process, it is no longer considered valid. Therefore, if they were unable to change that marker back in the intervening 8 days from when the law was passed to when they were told it would be invalid, which technically speaking, they weren't told. It wasn't sent out to everyone there outside of mail, which can take some time. Henceforth, people in Kansas who are subject to that law, who did those things, most likely because they are trans, cannot drive. Does that math out right? Does the math there in that explanation make sense for you? I think it does. And you can let me know if it doesn't. Let me know if it doesn't. Okay. Well, that's SB244. We keep looking at SB244. It's giving me some ick. It's giving me some big ick. Let's see. Has Ohio done anything bad lately? Oh, they only have one bill. Families First Act. Introduced but not passed. Events, personal hearings. See where you can speak out. Yeah. Yeah, Swag, what up? It's a lot of hearings in Wisconsin. Wow. Oh, cool. No, this is some good record keeping here. Good use of the minutes. Do people in the US not have a universal ID? No. Swag, we don't. That's the big thing. We don't have it. We rely almost entirely on state-issued IDs that are accepted for federal elections. I keep forgetting how often people in this group are not American, but no, there is one thing that you might be the unique holder of, and that's a social security number, but that is explicitly not meant to be used as a singular ID. There was a push for time to make it so that you would have something called a real ID, which required extra verification steps, and that would count, but not all states issue real ID, and there are differing tiers of real ID, which kind of makes it not right. So you can't guarantee that. So that's why this tracker that we're looking at right now is on a state-by-state basis. It's why we're seeing different filters on this for things like, oh gosh, where's the filter? For things like, oh god, where are you here? Employment, pronouns, etc. So birth certificates is a big one. Yeah, if the US had a free, when you are born, this is your ID number, or a free, when you turn 18 are able to vote, here is your vote card, this would not be as much of a problem. Yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, like, if it does state your gender on your virtual ID, if they don't give a shit, that's good. The issue here is if there is a discrepancy between your assigned sex at birth and your lived gender, you can find yourself fully invalidated because that ID will not be taken. Yeah. No, I'm reading through this. I'm like, wow, this is sad. Oh no, Ohio. No, this is a lot of cruelty. Man, first world country has it rough. It does. It's rough by design, and unfortunately design is trending towards ways that are not in favor of marginalized groups. Huh. Banning the furries. Weird. So by 2048, you'll probably have the same dumb issues. Yeah. It'll probably happen. Do y'all remember when they were saying there were litter boxes in the schools? That was a weird couple weeks. There's an Oklahoma bill that allows animal control to be called on furries, but it's not enforced. Yeah, again, I think it's important for us to know that laws are laws, but if you don't get caught or it's not enforced, you're probably fine. The issue is, it seems like just the way that the administration is and just like the general political leanings I'm seeing is that I feel like this law is meant to either instill fear or create a avenue to make more forceful laws. This is really funny here. It looks like what happened right now is that, like, schools issued warnings about people going ooh-woo during debate class, which I think is funny. I think it would be... I think it's funny to disarm a debate opponent by saying ooh-woo and, like, just seeing what happens. So, power to them if it worked. Yeah. I don't know. It's happening in California. Now, this is a fun one. When I see education and gender, as someone who took... Look, people clown on it, but gender studies classes, amazing. Going to a gender studies class as an adult, you get to learn a lot, and you get a lot of good perspectives, especially, I'm a cisgender man, so I was, a lot of my socialization was with other cis men, and also with a lot of, online communities I was in, a lot of queer people. So getting to talk about an academic state that had a good intersection of both of those parties really let me, first and foremost, empathize, but also, like, see it as a much more, like, fluid experience. Which I think is funny, having concepts of transgender, including just one of the basic premises of gender studies, sex being a social contract, is something that is constructed socially through actions and our perceptions of those actions and feelings. This saying humans not being sexually dimorphic, which is to say there are only two possible ways sexual organs can be, I guess, like, developed, either male or female. Sex is being assigned or guessed at birth. So you can't be dealing with situations where it is assigned, it is innate, really making it much more rigid in this definition. Can't talk about gender identity at all, none whatsoever. So far, they say it twice. Being a spectrum, gender dysphoria, expression, gender. Truly, you're really not able to say anything. You are lucky enough. L is a win. L is a W here. But, like, Jesus Christ. They really defined a lot of terms in ways that academia would say, shut the fuck up. Let's see. 75% just want to work and do a good job outside, never come back, forced to do stupid jobs. I'm Filipino. I have family that lived like that and then moved to the States. PS5s would be cool and fun, though. I am in agreement, PS5s are cool and fun. I have a PS4 I haven't touched in so long. Let's see, define declares all the following. Schools have been teaching pupils about gender identities, so gender identities and transgenderism, belief system that requires an individual to believe that a human can have a mismatch between their brain and body. Human could have been born in the wrong body, followed by some ellipses. The number of children adolescents between 6 and 17, inclusive, that believe they were born in the wrong body, have increased markedly, correlating with the ever-increasing and expanding instruction about gender identity and transgenderism in schools, both through sex ed and other instruction. So this is one of those things where I think a lot of this comes from having experience and exposure to the concept. So, if you think about it, there was a period of time where the number of people who identified as left-handed and right-handed were markedly different. Left-hand dominance is less common. However, there was religious dogma saying that the right hand was the good hand. The left hand, sinistra, was the bad hand. So if you were caught writing with your left hand, people would beat you over with it, and you'd be like, no. So people would have to learn to either be ambidextrous or like we're left-hand dominant. They would not identify as left-handed, despite the fact that they are just more commonly doing that. Quotidian, I do see you respectfully. Trans women who don't tell people they're trans should certainly be berated. I believe that you shouldn't berate someone for their identity. I'm trying to figure out, Quotidian, like, the way that you phrase that. If you were to walk up and find someone who is trans, but you did not know they were trans, so they did not tell you that, what makes you think they should be berated? Let's unpack that a bit. Though he does use the right hand more. Yeah, so it's here. Let me find an article for you. It is Wikipedia, but like it's a good place to start. Bias against left-handed people. So cultures, let's see. Cultures in Islam. Religions including Christianity, the right hand of God is the favored hand. Scotland as well. Forced use of the right hand used in schools, probably in religious schools. Asian countries force children to become right-handed due to perceptions of bad luck associated with the left hand. Yeah, no, it's wild what can happen there. In terms of, okay, so, Quotidian, I would usually front with that. In terms of pursuing a relationship, at least, they are lying by omission and people may not feel comfortable. When you are pursuing someone, do you tell them that you are a man? Do you tell them that you have a dick and balls? Is that something that you say at the very front of this? I think the same way you could hide or you could, like, say you don't tell everyone everything at the time. It's not a crime and it's not something you should be, like, harassed over. And a good way to get that level of comfort is to just ask about it. Because I think that dialogue is a lot more, I don't know, productive than going under this level of like, and this is the term, trans panic or gay panic. Both of those levels there. Because there have been cases where people are like, oh, I didn't know that was a man. I didn't know that they were gay. And then they have used that defense in court after murdering them. I don't think that's civil. I think the best way to go through this is to just talk about it. Like the same way that being trans is a part of like the identity. If I'd never told you that I was Filipino, which is something I say all the time, would you be offended if I didn't tell you I was Filipino? To that matter also, if you're attracted to a trans person, what does the transness do for you that makes you uncomfortable? Like, and I'm not a therapist, but it's good to unpack these biases. Because at some point when I was growing up in middle America, I had these biases as well. Like, if you're attracted to someone who is trans, you're attracted to them. You don't have to date a trans person. You can tell them, you can be like, I don't want to, but that's also free association, which is another thing you should be able to do. I don't think harassment's the answer there. Like, I'll give an example. When I was 18, I went to a play at my friend's high school. Really cute person walks up to me. We're flirting. They have a pixie cut. I talked to my friend backstage, I was like, yeah, this person's so cool. And they're like, oh, you like him? I was like, him? And then she was like, yeah, him. And I was like, oh, cool. I still felt those feelings, and I was like, yeah, heck yeah. Maybe I like guys too. There's a fundamental difference about lying about race and one's biological sex. People would want to have kids, so it does seem an issue to hide the truth, but okay. So we're getting to this here. You're saying difference between lying about race and one's biological sex. I would ask you to think back to before a Loving versus Virginia kind of world, where it was also, you know, not okay to date interracially. What is the fundamental difference? And is it something that can be, once again, covered by just asking? And Swag just wants to raw dog, in which case, that's actually probably good for you. Still make sure you get tested, because if you're raw dogging in any way, shape, or form, you are probably susceptible to STIs. But, you know, Swag, if they cannot get pregnant and you're okay with that, good. Good for you. Yeah. Like, and I'm wondering what you're saying by truth. When you say truth, are you implying that, like, the truth of them having these sexual parts, or like the truth that like the gender portion is tied to that? Because there's a level of gender essentialism we might want to unpack there as well. And I really do wish I had some of my queer friends here. It would have been really nice to have them to talk to about this, because they have a lot more lived experience. They've gone through this much more than I have as someone who is, you know, just bisexual and a man. And again, I know I'm looking at this chat very often. Swag hitting the poggies when thinking about raw sex. Kind of funny, but also progressive. in a sort of way. In a sort of way. In the same way that straight men simply do not feel attraction to other men, many people just don't feel comfortable with trans women. It doesn't matter with logic, it's just innate, and it should be respected. So, wait, so if they had that emotion, that feeling of attraction at the beginning, and then they were made cognizant of it after the fact, would that not be not innate emotion? Because if the issue then was you were giving new information, I would argue that's not innate. If you were just attracted to someone who was trans, you were attracted. That's the innate emotion there. But it's through the conditioning and the thoughts that there has to be a difference there. And I'm not saying like you have to not have that. I'm saying that like that's what it would be. In the situation you put forth, that seems like a consulting adult saying, actually, I don't want this, based on the application of knowledge. And Swag, I've been saying this for hours. Going to the bathroom, most people just want to take a dookie, piss, fake makeup, and not being creeps, but people treat us so. Yeah. You go to the bathroom, you do your thing, you get out. If you get assaulted in there, it's already a crime to be assaulted. And also, I have peed in the presence of other people of other gender expressions. It's called going on a long road trip and needing to pee in the car. We understand what's going on. It's just a bodily function. If you need to pee, you gotta pee. Ah. Okay. Okay, Quotidian, we can continue talking this. I like having this dialogue with you because I understand that you can give reason here, and you said you understand the reason there. So what I want to point out are the concepts you're matching together. You're saying biologically a woman, so they are born with the penor. And you're saying that's problematic for men who want kids. I think the assumption underlying it being problematic for men who want kids would be implying that the only purpose for a relationship is to have children. And we can talk about sports later, but I want to get back to this first starting point. Because your premise holds if you believe that a relationship is a covenant with the intention to procreate. In which case, I, as a person, will not introduce you to casual sex, but I will bring up the concept of casual sex because it exists and people like it. And Swag has just found out he is a bottom for Yugiro Hanma. Is Yugiro, is that Baki's dad? Where in the Baki family tree is that? Like, yeah, it's Swag. It just sounds like you want to be taught by a muscle mommy. Is that wrong? Am I wrong with that? I am actually extremely interested, Swag, if you want to explain that. Are you actually into the muscle mommies there? Yeah, and obviously the only purpose intimacy is another, but then again, people don't feel comfortable being intimate with a trans woman. But, okay, so we keep coming around this here, Quotidian. You're saying a lot of the assumptions you have is that people are people such as men who want to have kids. It would be a lie or distrustful if a trans person did not say that they were trans. I seem like a lot of your logic keeps coming back here to just saying like, hey, if you're not comfortable with a trans woman, you can just not date them. But also, I feel like you're like disregarding the fact that you might be like emotionally attracted to someone, regardless, or like maybe if you want to say the word irregardless of their genitalia. Also, you can adopt. That is also true. Foster kids are also at least in the United States, the foster system is very much backed up. My family had 2 kids, the sexual way, and then we had 2 dogs, but there were so many other people who did not keep the 2 dogs and the 2 kids. And Swag is saying, okay, so you might be, Swag, if you identify as a man, you might be, homo-romantic, heterosexual. There are different ways you can label yourself in here. There's a whole lot of literature we could talk about. You could also have been on Tumblr in the year 2013. You love the small-chested, big boots women, not that muscle women. Okay, so then possibly biromantic, bisexual, biromantic, heterosexual. Yeah, Ace, we've been talking about this before, but now we're discussing, there's some discussion in chat. It happened a little while too when someone was bringing up the concept of trans people in sports. And now we're trying to unpack the concept of, you know, being attracted sexually to a trans person, or even romantically, and how maybe thinking that, like, it is sneaky or a lie if it is not communicated during dating, how that's kind of like an area we should deconstruct. Yeah, and Quotidian, see that you're back. If you're being a bit pompous about how you portray the argument, if you want to cook something up, by all means, make sure you're being respectful. We're here to educate, and unless you are coming here with the intent to harm, I want this to be a place where we can learn. However, I do want to point out this is a community where we do want to make sure people in the LGBTQIA plus feel safe. If what you say does become very problematic in a way that I would say is discriminatory, I will time you out. Do not take it personally. I am working here to have a cohesive argument. I really wish I could show you what I'm writing on screen, because I do have a whiteboard. And also, Ace, you've also entered upon Swag having a bit of an awakening, because Swag doesn't know many trans people, but I believe has found a lack of opposition to bottoming for very muscly women. So, you know, internet stuff. I mean, Ace, what are you back? Ace, I feel like you're constantly the person who's asking for me to be more politically outspoken. I feel like this is exactly the kind of stream you were asking for, dude. Is it not? I feel like this is exactly the kind of thing you'd been asking, right? Oh, you're pro this? Hell yeah. What is the character limit on Twitch? YT doesn't have enough letters to work with. You can split into multiple. I don't know about the difference. I want to say it's not that much longer. Yeah. Oh no, Ace, we're not. Again, I don't want this to be debate bro-y, but also, you know, we should introspect here and like look at what our reasoning was. Because again, this is coming from the guy who is so in his own head, he refused to call himself bi after being attracted to a person in high school throughout his entire college career, because he was like, if I don't date a woman, it's like I'm treating men worse as a consolation prize. When in reality, I was like, I also would have, you know, bottomed. Took a lot of introspection to unlearn that feeling, which is why I think it's important to think about this here. From your perspective, why do you think men feel a sense of disgust trying to be intimate with another man? Doesn't the same aversion apply to a trans woman? I want to point out, Quotidian, some people who are men want to have gay sex. I know some people that want to have gay sex very often. When I was in high school, I had a friend who was consistently having gay sex. So some people, they just are into gay sex. Okay, so let's say, so straight men. Why do you think straight men feel a sense of disgust in trying to be intimate with another man? Because they're not attracted to men. Is your concern with women who pass? Trans women don't always... Okay, so your issue is with people who do not pass. You could very simply, again, just not date a trans woman. I'm wondering, like, are you in your straight centered argument here? Is the hypothetical situation where a straight man sees a woman who does not pass and then is surprised when the woman who does not pass reveals that they are trans? And I think Swag's bringing up a good concept here, the concept of a stigma and social factors. When we're talking about sex, we're dealing with a whole mess of different expectations and social ideas about what it should be. Like, I would say that in the States and a lot of the Western world, it's a very heterocentric way of living, where oftentimes we are presented with heterosexuality as the norm, and anything outside of heterosexuality is deemed as other. Therefore, it might just be a case of you not being, how does one say, I guess, exposed to something in a more normative fashion. Ace, you're saying, I'm going to say this is some devil's advocating here, logic wanting to casual date with intent that if something goes wrong, if our feelings lean to long term is a possibility. Ace, could you split that into some different sentences there? I want to check around there. Okay. Here's another thing here. One thing I do want to check, and I do like arguing from different positions here and seeing through. In the case of trans people, does the devil need an advocate? Are we doing more harm by devils advocating these arguments against trans people being able to exist in a space without being harassed? Does that outweigh any possible negatives associated with it? Like, I am guilty of a lot of this. I devil's advocate for a lot of things, namely Rent a Girlfriend, because there are ways to devil's advocate. But that is a piece of media. This is about the existence of lived people. Do we need to advocate as the devil for this? Why would a trans woman want to be with someone who wouldn't want to be with them or respect them? That's a partner thing. Okay. Alright, so we can move on from this topic of sex, because I feel like in the conversation we're having, we're kind of taking away autonomy from both parties, which, again, I said earlier, could very simply just have a conversation about this. You could also ask. This is one of those times when asking for your pronouns is very helpful, because even if, it's not like everyone has to date everyone, you can ask for pronouns and people will probably tell you the rest. This is also something people have probably had in Rust and on League. A lot of my friends who are trans play League of Legends, so I don't know where it falls on the spectrum. Okay, so in a long-term perspective. Yeah, Ace, in this case, what you would do is, I think you just need to establish the relationship, and this is one of the things that I think casual dating is kind of like accelerated in a weird direction. If you're going to have a long-term relationship, you should talk about what that looks like, and that includes asking about what the future looks like and if you can have kids. So simply, talk to your partner is the solution there. Now, Quotidian, you're asking, you don't have an issue with trans women existing. I feel like when you say you don't have an issue with existence, but you then follow it up with the phrase, but more the social elements of teaching kids and letting them have a choice when it's often dysphoria, I feel like what you're advocating for is a lesser, or at least a less autonomous existence. When someone is teaching the social elements of transgenderism, what are we talking about? Because if we're looking at this legislature here, this is actually a law that was failed in California for education to talk about these educational concepts. This is actually the perfect thing to be looking at here. As someone who has read through gender and sexuality literature in college and worked with professors who did research and just talked with a lot of gay people, there are these pieces of information that you can learn, these different frameworks you can run from, or that you can learn from, not run. And in viewing things through these different lenses, we get to see a lot of different experiences that are real and valid. What is the negative part of explaining these different things? Explain these concepts we see under these selected quotes, these different topics that were at some point trying to be taught or accused of being taught in California schools. Also, hello, Pain. Everyone is an expert on themselves. You can say that, but also I know some people who are deeply in the closet and they knew something about themselves, they just didn't have the words to describe it. It's me at 19. But Kansas is a bit ass backwards. It's literally Saznak. Yeah. But also, you gotta, like, again, I'll pull up the tracker. It's not just Kansas being ass backwards. We have bills in a whole litany of places. 41 states in the contiguous United States. Well, 40. Let's see. 39 states in contiguous United States, and then also Alaska and Hawaii. Quotidian, do you believe that sexuality is innate? Because this could be where we're having a divergence here. Do you believe that when presented with new information, and presented with the ability to question their previous beliefs, the person should not investigate themselves? Because what it sounds like in your state here, because you're implying that the state would be fine, are you saying that the questioning of gender is by default not fine? Because you're saying it does more harm than good. Yeah, it's not a simple yes or no, though. That's why what I'm advocating for is the belief and the understanding of sex and gender as a spectrum. A series of different frameworks talking about the concepts and the ways that people are taught and socialized. In the way that I think the heterosexual man that you're writing up, or at least the one that I'm perceiving from your chats, I think the way that they're thinking of sex is very black and white. I think the way they're thinking about sex is yes or no. Because when you express the concern that, like, oh, the issue is that this person didn't tell you they're trans, the hypothetical person you're talking about is in the position of, like, are they under box red or box white? When it could be a pink box. Box would be pink. Also, intersex people exist, which mean that it, by default, with exception to the rule there, it cannot be black or white. Can you simplify that? Ace, do you mind if I'm going to give it a try. You're saying reality dictates that questioning may not happen, but the quandary or the investigation on yourself will still happen. On why I'm not with the supposed others. I can see where if this is not your first language, this can be kind of dense. The reality of the situation, so you and your lived experience. Even if you were not given the prompt to question yourself, as a person who exists, you have the ability to question yourself. And when you're questioning, you might be asking, why are you with this heterosexual group? Why are you possibly not with a heterosexual group? Why are you not in these separate places? It's like a Plato's allegory of the cave situation. If you didn't know that sunlight exists and you only saw forms of things, would the sun still exist? Does the sun still exist if you are trapped in a cave? You see a simplified version of the sun, you see reflections of light and shadow and darkness, but something's causing it. There's more to the world to see. Also, Payne, what's up? I think you were streaming and we've been discourse posting so much. No, it's yeah. Gonna drink a little bit of water actually, because I should drink some water. Oh, that's nice. That's gold. We go from being labeled R instead of being told you might be partially blind because you can read from the board. Men like women parts, but not dick. Okay. I would mark it with het. Het men like women parts, but not dick. But more than that, there's an innate aspect of being a biological woman that affects personality. Most trans women act like fruity men. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna remove this chat in particular here, because that's hitting a couple different phobias. Do you think that someone is born to act like that way, or do you think they're picking up different, signifiers of their queer reality? Like, if you found yourself locked into a room watching only Broadway for 10 years, do you think you'd end up as straight as you are right now, Quotidian? Truly, if there was no difference and everything was the same, then sure, but that's not often the case. I would argue that it is the case many times. Many different societies across history have had third genders. Third genders in, like, India. Well documented. That have different roles, sexually and socially, in terms of the roles they fill out. I'm really confused. I'm not confused. I'm really concerned. Are you running into cases where every man you've met has only ever been attracted to a woman? Or every woman has only been attracted to a man? Have you met a gay person? Also, I'm bisexual, so here. Hi. And Payne, I agree with your sentiment here. That trans people exist and their existence should not be political talking points. However, existence is political. And I'm going to say that as I put on the outfit, we live in a society. And as members of society, we are forced to live under societal rules. And if it comes to a point where you're trying to govern people based on innate things, like their race, the blood that they are made out of, or even their sexuality, it is a political talking point, because that is how we are navigating power structures and who is able to do what. So yes, if you're thinking of the two different kinds of, like, game, which are... Well, there's a joke that there are two genders in gaming. Male gaming and political gaming. In that sense, yeah, sure, whatever. But I am really against the stigma, the stigma that existence as a person and as who you are is apolitical. You've been acted upon. You are a series of moments and events that are built on events and laws and fights and wars that came before you that affect you now. You are a political body whether or not you want to be. Which is why I think you should fight politically for the right things. And swag, I think that's just someone who's intersex, but yes, Futanari might be the term you're used to. Quotidian dropping, you've met gay people, you have nothing against them, okay. Sexuality is very innate, okay. What parts you like and shit, okay. Trans desires are learned when they are taught in schools, that's not... Quotidian, do you believe that gender dysphoria exists? Dysphoria is a condition that you can have where you can feel out of place in your own body. Are you saying that the concept of gender dysphoria did not exist until people told people about gender dysphoria? Quotidian, I was also talking about this a little while ago when we were talking about left hand versus right hand. I actually do have a link in the chat here. It's very similar to the conversations we were having about, like, self-identification. Bias against left-handed people did exist. It's actually been very strongly enforced, and you see growing acceptance in this past couple centuries. You have left-handed scissors and right-handed scissors, but you also have a lot of people who went to Catholic school, and because Catholic school is still a couple hundred years back in terms of having nuns teach, you run into cases where... Oh, wait, what? You run into cases where it is not socially advantageous to identify yourself as who you are. Ergo, when people feel more okay and accepted, it makes more sense that they would identify as it. Gay marriage wasn't legal until 2015 across the United States. You'd have domestic partnerships. You'd have some states where it's legal. Does that mean people weren't in gay relationships? No. We know what ancient Greece is like, but in the States, it wasn't there yet. Also, Quotidian, I also want to point out, I feel like you're being very, like, sex essentialist. So, is your belief that the only way that a trans person is trans is through medical transitioning via the removal of the other genitalia? Because while that is a thing, and detransitioning is a thing, it is not as likely. Studies have shown that the best way to alleviate, the stress, the discomfort, and lower down suicidality amongst trans youth is to at the very least socially condition them to accept pronouns, to accept the gender expression. Those people are also trans. You are trans even if you do not get bottom or top surgery. I feel like you have a very narrow definition, and even amongst that, it's kind of, like, regressive here. And Pain, love you, buddy. When you say you save your political energy for real life stuff, this entire stream is looking at actual real laws that are affecting people. This is real. This is real. Political person existing. We cannot hide behind the facsimile that this is not reality. People are being legislated against. Therefore, this is a real issue and a real topic. Quotidian, I'm very confused. What level of education are you getting about queer thought? What do you think is being taught in schools that is irresponsible or wildly, blindly taught? The same way sex ed when you were in 5th grade is telling you, yeah, your dick might get big and you might grow hair, isn't you being like, all right, kids, here's how you go in with a condom. You can teach different levels and different concepts as you grow older. It's about respecting people's ability to think. It seems like what you've been looking at is you've looked at the concept of transgenderism purely from medical essentialism. And that's not the case. You had sex ed before high school? Yes, I did. Namely, just stuff about, like, puberty, because, you grow, like, half a foot. You start growing hair in weird places. People will just tell you about it. Yeah. Pain. Yeah, see, that's good. Payne, I think we're on the same side here. I think these are valuable pieces of political of like energy here. I'm seeing other people had sex ed before high school. Yeah, Ace, I think this is just a you thing here. Gotta keep banning some people off Twitch. Yeah, dude, I think you were left out. What does it mean? Okay, so let's go into the what is the woman fact. Okay, alright, let's go. Woo, I love talking about this. What does it mean to identify as woman? Well, I want us to think about this in terms of what do we define as man and woman? Do we want to find ourselves in a situation where we say the only way to tell if someone is a man or a woman is based on what they were born as? Well, then you run into cases such as intersex people where they're born with both or a mixture of parts. Therefore, you can't fully say there is man and woman based on those sexual characteristics. But when you think about things like gender, which I would say falls pretty closely with men and women, what kind of things do you associate with them? Do you associate certain roles, responsibilities, jobs, traits to different genders? Do you think of the feminine as clean? Do you have a puritanical sort of thought of like, oh, they are the gentler group? Do you think of men as hunters, gatherers? Do you think of men as leaders? These different social ideas that we have about where people fall into boxes, when you put those together, when you commit a bricolage of putting those different traits, and you fall towards one end or the other, that's what I think, at least the literature I read, is leaning towards. A man is the concept of being a man, whereas a woman is the concept of being a woman. That Ace does point out there is dependent on the cultural experience. So in the States, we very much have a dimorphous or a two-party kind of belief about gender. But like I pointed out before, we have third genders outside of the binary in places like India and also parts of Southeast Asia. So the different boxes we put ourselves in can vary from like culture to culture. But it's really that grouping of different characteristics and expectations. And also, again, Toast is bring up a good point. While Quotidian's saying like it is the dick or the absence of dick that makes man or woman, going back further to an earlier part of the conversation when you were talking about wanting to have a kid, infertility, PCOS, people who have more imbalances in their chemicals that are producing more hair, those people can still be women. Let's see. Feminine, clean, gentler group, men, leader. If it makes someone feel better to say they're women, then go for it, but no, they're not. Why would they not be a woman, though? If they're putting on those traits, and sometimes it also goes into the physical traits, like if someone works hard, tones down their body, their ass looks real nice and pert in a skirt, they are making the choices to present themselves as a woman, putting on all the roles, living up to those expectations of that group. What makes them not a woman there? Because they have dick, not women. Okay, so yeah, so here's the thing. It feels like we're here at a stopping point here. You're being very sexual organ essentialist in the definition of gender, to which a lot of us here have a lot of other experiences where that is not the framework. Quotidian, I feel like we're going to be going in circles here, because you're going very biological. When you say the mind and personalities and parts of the women are objectively different, I do not believe so. Chromosomes have different expressions. The parts of a woman, if you are only able to accept the thought that women are dick or no dick, that is your perception. I will tell you that is not the perception of women in many spaces. Likewise, Swag, thank you again for bringing the Gooner viewpoint, which is still progressive. Again, muscle mommies. Muscle mommies. And Ace is bringing up the point here. Samurai doing haiku is most manly aspect in Edo, Japan. Shakespearean poetry as well. Yeah, a lot of the thing in like the United States, like as we go forward, there's a lot of expectations on men about not being sensitive and being in touch with your emotions. Oh, hi B, what's up? We're talking about trans rights and having a conversation about gender essentialism. How's it going? We are at an impasse. It seems so often that trans woman is in some way different to biological women. How they act, look, you're feeding yourself, you have to address. The discomfort is objective innate. I don't think it's innate. And I'm saying that as a person who has dated a gender non-binary person, I've dated a straight person. Sorry, gender non-binary, I've dated cisgender people. I wasn't discomfortable because of their sex. Look, the dick or the no dick area is a very small portion. I thought they were pretty, so I dated them. I think when you say innate, there's a learned kind of discomfort that you're talking to that you're not really like interacting with here. And now where Ace is bringing up the point that like in many places might not be productive, but Swag could also attest. Tomboys and femboys. Yeah, and B is bringing up some more lived experience as well. Having dated someone who transitioned while you were dating them and there wasn't any discomfort personally. Like, quotation, I'm not saying go out and have gay sex. What I'm saying is, I think you are ascribing a level of certainty that just even other people in this chat kind of disprove. Again, when I was at that play and I was 18 and I was talking to my friend backstage, they're like, yeah, no, that's a dude. I wasn't like, oh, dick. I was like, nice. Yeah. B, for the first couple hours, you missed it. We were going in depth. We were reading some bills here. We were reading the new bill in Kansas that basically invalidated people who had changed their legal sex on their license that went into effect today, making it illegal to be a registered, not a registered trans person, to have transitioned on your license and drive. It's awful. Hey, Pancake Sparkle, you scrolled up. Trans people don't learn to be trans. Yeah, so thank you, Pancake Sparkle. We're having a discussion here. And again, I do want to make sure that if you, at any point, anyone in this community feels uncomfortable as we're talking through this, you're free to tap out. This is a gender affirming, this is a queer space together. And I'm realizing me saying that looking like the Joker isn't the most effective, but I did say the phrase, we live in society, so I had to change it. Let me... I'm sorry, wait. Is it time to put on my blue hair and pronouns outfit? Oh my god, I broke everything. Oh god, I broke it all. Open back up, please. There we go. All right, for now, for the time being, we are going to be blue hair and pronouns Kaz, okay? This is where we're at today. But aren't you bi? I feel like most people can tell the difference between talking to a woman biological, trans woman, effeminate man. No, I couldn't tell. That's why I was surprised when my friend told me that he was a man. A very pretty man, but a man. Yeah, and Pancake, we're coming to that same point. If you can tell in the chat, we've been talking a lot about society and expectations and gender norms, but Quotidian is very much telling us their perspective, and it seems like a lot of this is biological essentialism. And Swag also is giving some other perspective that is, like, Gooner adjacent but affirming. Like, Swag's bringing up stuff like muscle mommies, femboys, and like, while sometimes those terms in the space can be used to fetishize, in explaining this, it does also give us some different, like, levels of thought here. There was that whole discourse I remember of, is Finster queer? When they were identifying as a cis man who is dressing up like as a woman. And at the end of the day, it really depends on what they decide to identify as. They did eventually start taking hormones, I believe. So, I'm not saying egg behavior, but there. Yeah. Okay, Quotidian, you're saying I gotta run back through here. I was a bit distracted by the phrase of indestructible male dwarves, which I think is a fun one, Swag. I think you can make a t-shirt of that. But aren't you bi? You think most people can tell the difference between talking to a woman biological, trans woman, and feminine man? No, some people don't. Some people are dense. In fact, I think the person that you talked about earlier in this conversation, the one that was feeling betrayed by the concept of someone not telling them they were trans when they were dating, that itself is a conception that you were able to create, where you can imagine this level of, I don't know, how do I say this? Not ambivalence. There's a better word for it. Ambiguity. Ambiguity. Difference in how they act and all. Again, I would like to wonder, what kinds of... Have you met a single trans person cloned 5 times? Because I've met many trans people. I went to film school. That's kind of where a bunch of them end up going. I would argue because I was attracted to multiple gender expressions, that kind of means that my experience makes more sense, because I didn't think about a sexual difference. I viewed them as a person that I was attracted to. And if I wanted to be like, you know, having sex with them, I would have just asked. You haven't many trans people, but none of them I have talked to felt like talking to biological women. Well, yeah, because the experiences of shared groups is the experience of shared groups. There's shared experiences of being trans. You have different problems, different situations. A trans person has the experience of not believing they should be the gender they were assigned at birth. That's a very important part there. I would say that if you were to talk with more trans people, be more like, not exposed isn't the right way to put it, but just like in the room, you'd see a whole variance of different kinds of trans people. It's why I think that actually you should be teaching about some of these concepts. These concepts that are right here. I am going to say this bottom part here, this one's a no. But many of these things in this first portion, you should be talking about it. Sex as being a social construct. Of course. Of course, you should talk about it. We've been talking circles all the time. Gender identity. What you choose to present and identify yourself as. Non-dimorphic sexualities. We've talked about intersex people a lot more than I'm sure many people who are talking about transgender people talk about. And that's just even in passing. Pancake Sparkle talking about the line with Javon Bradley, talk about stuff. Yeah, this is something you can talk through. And I'm gonna actually move myself out of blue hair and pronouns, which I say lovingly as someone who has pronouns and had orange hair, IRL, and we're gonna move back to just base cast to match here. Hot take on the bottom part. Let's remember TOS here, Ace. If you want to talk to me in private, we can. Okay, so Quotidian, I want to make sure here that, like, you understand the space you're in. You are surrounded by so many queer people right now, and I respect you for not calling us slurs. I think that if you were viewing purely in your gender essentialist and your biological essentialist framework, I can see where you're coming from. I'm simply saying that framework is not sufficient. And the lived experience of the people in this chat, as well as the literature, and at the very least the linguistic space, has agreed, very different. Yeah, it's one of those things where, Toast, if you don't know the word for it, you don't know what to say, which is why I think it's important to explain to kids what the concept of consent is. Because if you have a kid who doesn't know what consent is, how do you know when you're being taken advantage of? It's important to bring that up in 6 as well. Also, I do want to point out, to go with what Toast said, I don't had a gay cousin. I have a gay cousin. He was in a Boston marriage with a man and a dog. Like, unmarried, but like, I didn't know he was gay until he went on live TV and said it. That man had been at 15 different birthdays. Religion will hide that from you. He got away from it. He knew he was gay. He's been in a loving relationship with his partner for decades. Yeah, no, no, we're not gonna go for the sports thing here. And actually, Pancake, you can find that. I don't think Matt Walsh is the proper person to have this conversation. I don't recall finishing What is a Woman in one sitting. What I do recall from the clips and the watching is I feel like the way that he was dealing with that subject matter was fundamentally incurious. Matt Walsh is someone who is very showy, but I don't believe he went into that conversation or in the editing room with an honest framing or an intent to learn. Hi Yumi, welcome to the trans rights stream. We were talking about laws that were affecting trans people, namely the one in Kansas where licenses were being invalidated. Now we're talking about gender essentialism, and Matt Walsh has appeared. Oh my god, I have 2 mods in chat. This has never happened before. Oh, it's a miracle. Oh no, Pancake, Pancake? On my non-Kaz account, I watch so much political content. I know what's up with Matt Walsh. As a right-wing Trump God lover, you can be God and not be a Trump lover. Not to exploit their side, he still agreed with every point that he said. His argument holds up still. Can you explain his argument there? Yeah. Cookie was here very briefly, yes. He went in looking for evidence he already believed, not asking to actually have a conversation. Yeah, he tried to frame it in some weird ways. And B, best of luck to you on the contest thing. I hope it goes well for you. I hope it goes great. No, Yumi! Yeah. And thank you, Pancake Sparkle, for finding that link. If the advantage goes away after 2 years on HRT, if you're a professional, I mean, it's gone. Okay, so Quotidian, let's pull back on there. You said you can't. You watched it when it came out. You remember agreeing. but you say it still holds up. I don't think you can say that without knowing what the argument was. So if you say there's an argument that holds up, and if it was the argument you had throughout this, we've been poking holes in that for a long time. But also, yeah, in terms of trans people in sports, it is below statistical significance. If we're talking about trans people in sports, oftentimes it is with trans femme people as opposed to trans masc. Yes, you are going to be on hormones. At the same time, people have biological advantage in sports all the time. My body is significantly different from the fact that Michael Phelps is a genetic freak and he's not normal. His body produces so much of certain things that make him the ideal swimmer. I simply believe that the amount of attention paid to trans people in sports outweighs any sort of benefit it could have. I do not believe people really care about trans sports, mostly because I believe most people don't care about women's sports. It's just the way it is. If anything, it is a dog whistle, and it is a way to get more attention on perceived unfairness for trans people, where it is putting them at some sort of advantage, wherein in many other cases, they are disadvantaged. I am much more concerned with these bills that we're talking about not disbarring, making these sorts of educational points illegal, than I am of the 10 or 20 people in the NCAA who are trans, who are still competing. Quotidian. Not the specific argument that he had. What was the argument that he had? Or even just the vibes? Oh, and Pancake Sparkle, I think you might not have access to the link. If you have access to the server, that might work better. Swags bringing up, Kaz, you're so pissed trying to find what a man or woman is. Thing is, not even word is reliable because people can lie for social advantage. I think social advantage is an overstated part. I think if we are framing this in the version of like, what is your authentic belief and your authentic self, taking away the thought of using these concepts for malicious ways. Oh, where's the server? Put in. You know what? Honestly, Pancake, put in linguistics. Linguistics is the server channel that we pretty much put all our academic stuff. I might rename it. Yeah. What's the bill doing? So this is one that actually failed. This is banning some transgender concepts. But the one that we were talking about was a past 2026 bill, KSB 244. It did a lot of things here. It invalidated some birth certificates that were changed, as well as driver's license. It is invoking the Department of Motor Vehicles for Kansas to take those back and criminalize driving while on one of those licensees. Also, it did sneak in some definitions to disregard the concept of gender as being anything outside of assignment at birth. Okay. Pancake, thank you for putting it in there. He was saying something about how people can tell the difference or something, and how people confirm that trans women are so girly, but it's that affirmation that couldn't apply to actual women. Quotidian, I just don't think that's true. I'm gonna take the gooner position here. Have you seen Hunter Schafer? Have you seen Hunter Schafer? Hunter Schafer hot as hell. You've never, oh my god. Look, I am in a loving relationship, but this person is very attractive. Hunter Schafer looks like 5 out of 25 girls I had in my freshman college classes. Vivian Jenna Wilson, yeah. Mid? What? Mid? Also, Hunter Schafer despite the name Hunter. Femme identifying. Overall, oh my god. I hate how sometimes taking the gooner position is the closest I will ever get to someone saying that trans women are women. Because this is the 3rd time I've talked about Hunter Schafer, and it's almost gotten a reaction. Give me a second. Oh yeah, and Vivian Jenna Wilson. Yeah, she's really funny on Twitter. I like her. I like her. She's cool. Oh, let's go. Let's go, Jenna. Alex Kasani. Let's look at her. Let's... Oh my god, I hope this doesn't count as objectifying women. Does it? Does this count as objectifying women? Are we doing a bad? We're appreciating women's beauty? Yes, we are. We are. You're assuming that Hunter Schafer is a trans woman, but honestly, when you ask most people if she's hot, do they say yes? Yes, they do. Hunter Schafer. You said wow when we pulled up the right photo. I will pull it up again. The worst part is I can't pull up the Euphoria stuff because I think that breaks TOS. Yeah, she looks good. If I didn't introduce Hunter Schafer as a point as to why sometimes you can't tell, would you know she was trans? Yeah, it's basically Zelda. Their hairstyle is super Zelda coded. The Adam's apple, the masculine jawline. I don't see an apple there. And I've seen more masculine jawlines on cisgender women. Rip Angus St. Cloud. Bro, if no one told you, would you know? No, Hunter Schafer is just very attractive. I would say, hi. In that exact tone of voice. So we're warning back to this conversation we had earlier. I'm now realizing you went through a whole lot of, like, what is it here? She doesn't pass the Gooner test? No, she passes the Gooner test significantly. It was a good dress, Swag. It was. Yeah, no. Putin, I don't understand what you're really going for here. What do you gain from having this thought pattern? What does this put into the world? Why are we Gooner testing people? Because sometimes it's the only way for it to work, Yumi. We're friends with Dendo. We should both understand the need to appeal to Gooners for some of our stuff. Yumi, you can be pretty too. Everyone can be pretty. Try some of it? No, I don't think we need to... I don't think we need to continue to, like... give you examples of how people can pass. How's the topic going? Well, Amaru, right now, the state law is happening, and now we're trying to explain transvestigation, which I would say is kind of not worth our time. No, I bet you can look hot if you gave it a try. Yeah, I look pretty hot. Samantha Lux. Okay, we're going through it. We're going through it. Ace, I'm about to send you something here. This is not the one I was said about. All right, let's see. I really do like the curly hair. The curly hair is nice. Like, so genuinely. Hot. This stream has been juxtaposing itself in the face of tumult. I don't think it's... I think those words are a lot of words. What is juxtaposing itself? That's putting two concepts together. If the juxtaposition is me talking about, like, trans rights while also being like, also the Gooner angle, that's fine. But I'm not sure that means what you mean. Fairy Princess Lucy? Oh, I love that hat. I love that hat. Yeah. No, and Quotidian, here's the thing. I can never tell if you're serious, and this is one of the reasons why sometimes I don't know to ban you or not. Because you could be a troll, or you could genuinely be someone who supports Matt Walsh, in which case, it's probably not good to have you in these communities. Like, we're trying to give you all of this reasoning here, and you're throwing out Matt Welsh had a point that I liked at the time, but I can't remember or restate it. We're telling you all these different things that across the world and across other people's experiences, you're just like not taking in. So if this is genuine confusion or genuine thoughts that you're having, we're trying to help you here. We even went to the Gooner side. But if you're just here to rile us, what are you doing? Yes, and B, thank you. Please protect your peace. I hope you have a great night, and I hope you have a great contest tomorrow. Yeah, Amaru, this is a much more Western conversation than what you're probably dealing with. This is just in the news and also very there. How about this? Generally, if you find trans women attractive, then so basically what you're saying is like if they're attractive, would. Not all the way to trans acceptance, but I guess it's something. All right, good night. Everyone say good night to B. That almost never happens, but it could. This is one of those times where I'm saying, so you're saying there's a chance is a genuine counterpoint to this. Am I following Hunter Schafer on Twitter yet? I gotta check. Jamie Dodger. I feel like I used to watch Jamie Dodger. Oh yeah, I remember Jamie Dodger. I was like, yeah, no, you look like John Marco Cerezi and Dan and Phil. I do also want to point out how like trans femme centered we've been all night. So thank you very much, Pancake, for adding that layer there of reminding us that, yes, trans mask does exist. Quotidian, you have simply not met enough trans people. If you met more trans people and you probably didn't say these things to their faces, you would be able to tell a difference. Oh yeah, no, here's one. Here's Ty Turner. Ty Turner looks like a bunch of the gym bros I knew in college. Yeah, and I think Toast is asking a good question here. Are you saying a trans woman who maybe not spoke to the right straight man is attacked too? Yeah, because this actually does go back to the first thing you said. Because you were talking about being able to harass or berate a trans woman if they didn't disclose their transness to a man. That's textbook gay panic. Do you think there's a reason why we have so many more biological men transitioning than biological women? Is this a social thing or not? I don't think there's a difference in numbers. I think we're just kind of hetero focusing here. And we're picking the goonable trans people, who in this room are probably gonna be women. And Yumi's also bringing us some other stuff here. That is also a real thing, Yumi. That, yeah, we are censor. I guess it's because the stream is about trans rights. But yeah, why are we also like? Do you talk this way about straight cisgender women who don't look pretty to you, Quotidian? Bing bong ding dong, here comes my ding song. Dim sum. 3 people. Let me look up some studies. Okay, I'm seeing here. I'm looking at the National Institute of Health. This is from 2020. Statistically, prevalence of MTF, so trans femme, then trans men. This is from a study between ages 1990 to 2017. Do I have access to this article? All I have is the debrief, the abstract. So this is the general study. This is one study. It is longitudinal, but it is not a full sample of all trans people all over the world. This was run by the NIH. Prevalence of gender dysphoria estimated as high as 390 to 460, with greater prevalence of MTF than F2M. But this is also only dealing with receiving hormonal therapy in something in a specific clinic in New York across 27 years. We're also seeing a steady increase in number of female to male, such as the incidence now equals that of M2F. I do not have access to this article. I do not have the time to read it right now. However, it seems like they are coming to equal levels here. Am I an atheist? It's weird. I was raised Catholic, almost became Mormon, practiced church as a Presbyterian, almost became Jewish on 3 different occasions, and now I don't go to services often. I do not believe that if there was a need to give reason to a God, that would override any of the stuff I see in front of me. Usually political streams. This is actually the first one that's been outwardly political. There were a couple ones where I was dancing on it. But also, I'm from the Midwest. The topic of trans people not being able to drive with their licenses if they are to change them through legal means hits home because I have friends that live in Kansas that are queer. Okay. All right. Yumi, have a good night. Everyone tell Yumi good night. My second mod is going to bed. And I keep telling you, Ace, I'm going to find that picture. I swear I'm going to find it. There's a picture of her under a waterfall. Where the fuck is it? Did this get wiped? Oh wait, I think I'm okay. I see why. It's because I'm on a safe for work profile on Reddit. Okay. Question: how did I become Jewish 3 times? First time, a girl. Second time, a girl. Third time, I had a really nice rabbi in college. It's a really cool rabbi. Really cool rabbi. Hello, Colonimus. Thank you, Pancake, for the literature there. Do I believe in death? Yes. Yes, I know you are the anti-mod Ace. I'm still trying to find the photo, so please behave while I try and go through this, okay? Gosh. Wait, the music stopped? I'm still seeing the music popping on mine. Death is a fact, how can you not believe in it? No, I believe in death. What does this do? Are you liking the death, like total death of the soul, or are you asking about an afterlife? Asking about the literal fact of a person no longer being able to breathe or have a heartbeat is just a settled answer. It's like a solved game. It's tic-tac-toe, except you die. I swear, I think they got it pulled off the internet. This feels so off. It's not happening there. I'll look it up. I mean, wait, the Khazars? Khazars, the Turkic, the Turk? I'm curious to see what you mean. Oh, the Khazari principle. Khuzari. Oh no, Swag, I think you just die and you die. Let's see. Okay, Judah Halevi. Okay, I remember them. This sounds very anti-philosophical here. Like, very much using God providence to win an argument that you've set. Oh, Swag, you're thinking about, like, Horus in the scales, right? Or is it Osiris in the scales? Yeah, Osiris is the one you're thinking. That's an Egyptian mythos. It doesn't rely on religious axioms, but I'm looking at the Khazari principle, and it seems like it's saying that there is an innate public revelation at Sinai. Like, there was a massive event that people cannot misremember. So, a national revelation. Basically, what I'm seeing out for this and these different articles I'm saying is that it's saying that the revelation at Sinai had to happen because otherwise, how could people believe it? I'll tell you. Lies and effective media. It does sound bad when you try to explain it concisely. Well, I'm looking at these principles. I'm also going to point out, Quotidian, I focused on theodicy and Kabbalah in my studies. So, in terms of a godless academic version of Judaism, I've studied a bit of it. I was never brought this principle during my conversations with Professor Barry. So why would it not be a religious axiom? Is the basis just the concept that a large group of people cannot lie or misremember or be affected by a told statement? You know, actually, Ace, I will stop looking for Hunter Schafer pictures in the background of this because yes, there. You need to understand things. What parts do I need to understand? I do want to point out the rabbi I was taught underneath, as well as the other Reform Jews. This seems very orthodox. Don't detest until you've... Well, tell me, what do I need to know to understand it? What are the different portions? Because I'm seeing there are some assertions here. So there's a national experiential tradition. So something that's been accepted by a full nation about its history. So a shared mythology, possibly. And that shared mythology is a national memory. So let's think about things like the American Revolution is a national experiential tradition. And that's where we get some of our traditions that follow past, like even if it came after the fact, we do venerate it via President's Day. We have patriotic celebrations. National experiential tradition. Therefore, the story has to be thought of as true. We do have records of the time. That's why I think, yes, that it is such a thing as a national experiential tradition. The second assertion seems to be that there is no such thing as a false experiential tradition. I understand the first claim. I feel like the second claim I've talked about here feels off and can be falsified. Because I think the way that mixes to confirm the existence of God is to say that there was a large group and they have this shared national memory. And because they have that, and there was no way for it to be falsified, it must have happened. Am I misrepresenting this here? You don't have the ability to affect it, then maybe you should. Well, I mean, the other thing is, like, we also got to think about the concept of the diaspora. Like, Judaism is a religion based on text and textual study. That's what the rabbis are for. That's what they do. They are brought together via a book, so eventually things get codified. Not exactly the same way the King James Bible did, but through different places, they felt different sorts of traditions. If they had one base source, sure, maybe they'll say, we have the first 5 books, we have the Pentateuch. We will take this as literal. What's stopping other religions from having national memories that contradict with that? What if the other Abrahamic religions would have a counter to that? My simplification... Okay, then, Quotidian, tell me what are the principles I need to work with here? Are my principles incorrect? Are the ones that are mentioned here not in line with the core argument? You need to understand the whole thing. Well, tell me what I should be looking into, because I'm looking at, like, these texts. I'm looking at the Association for Philosophy of Judaism. And I need to know what part you think is the strongest argument. Like, I'm looking at Sadia Gaon right now, and I'm looking at this translation here. This is a long, very rabbinical coded text I'm reading here. You can't explain a YouTube comment. I mean, that's fine. Again, I was trained in Reform. This sounds extremely orthodox. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do, because it is 12:17 and I do go to work tomorrow. I do need to go to bed. Sorry, Ace, we're talking... He brought up something called the KazCassidy principle, and it's not on screen right now. It's Jewish, like, thought and philosophy about the... I don't know, is it saying, like, the validity and the confirmation of the revelation at Mount Sinai? Spurned on by the fact that I think Quotidian said proof of God that not many people know about. So I went through there. I'm also very tired, so anti-mod Ace, I think it's time to, like, get out of here. Let me see. What's happening here? What's happening? Who can I send to? It's super freaking late. Yeah, I think I'm just going to bed. Alright. Nice talking to y'all. I hope y'all feel safe, secure. Again, safe space for queer people, and if you want to talk to me about, like, how this went, you can join the Discord. We can have this be much more structured in the future. I hope everyone has a good night. My name is KazCassidy. If I don't see you soon, I will see you all later. Okay, goodbye.